Good morning and welcome to Kantele Day Seminar 2024. My name is Sanni Virta and I work as an Executive Director in the Finnish Kantele Association. I'm so happy that our Kantele community is gathered today here, and we will be working together for our common interest and love, cultural heritage of Kantele. I thank everyone who has traveled here far, and also I thank you all via stream. First, I'd like to take an opportunity to thank Arja Kastinen for taking us to a magical sphere and the right mindset for this wonderful day. I'd like to also thank Kannel for the invitation for having our second Kantele Day celebration here. I also thank the Finnish Adult Education Center for collaboration. Today, we will hear Kantele and intangible cultural heritage experts from various countries and learn about the processes around safeguarding the heritage. Also, UNESCO processes are taking a very close look at. I hope that this will be a starting point for this meaningful project for all of us together. Today we have gathered here with professionals and representatives from different countries, and we would like to work with all the Kantele areas, all Kantele instruments and communities, but now it is not unfortunately possible for political reasons. We really hope that one day Kantele people from all over the world can work together towards this goal. Let's hope that the others will follow later on, but today I'm happy that you all are here. Kantele Day was a celebration that started only a year ago here in Finland. I really hope that Kantele Day will be an international celebration for this instrument in every form. On Kantele Day, we celebrate the wonderful, skillful work for the instrument. And what would be a better way to celebrate it a bit early, though, since the actual day, 16th September, is next Monday, than this seminar. There is a wonderful heritage that we have in this instrument in different corners even of the world. And now I'd like to send special thanks to our Kantele friends in Japan for celebrating Kantele Day for even a month. Now we will see a heartwarming greeting from them.
日本カンテレ友の会では9月をカンテレの日月間と称してカンテレを PR するイベントを東京、大阪、札幌およびウェブサイトで実施するため現在各地で準備を進めています。東京ではカンテレ愛好家たちが集まり昔駅舎として使われていた建物のホールで演奏を行うほか語源カンテレの体験会、カンテレに関するパネル展示などを行います。大阪では北欧をテーマとした施設ケイットで屋外ステージ演奏とレストランヨーからでフィンランド料理をいただきながらカンテレ合奏を楽しみます。札幌ではアイヌ民族の伝統楽器であるトンコリとのセッションをみんなで楽しむイベントが開催されます。今回カンテレの日月間を盛り上げるために私たちはテーマ曲を選びました。一つはヘルマンギとミーナ、もう一つは昨年来日したマイヤ・カウハネンから教わったスティックカンテレの楽曲カフビパンヌとヒエのヘルマのメドレーです。全国のカンテレ愛好 奏家が同じテーマ曲に取り組むことで一緒に音楽を弾く喜びを共有できればと考えています。ウェブサイトではこれらテーマ曲を演奏した動画を紹介していきます。
おめでとうカンテレファイバー。日本でもフィンランドでもカンテレを楽しみ素敵な一日をお過ごしください。今日のこの日が未来へと続く日でありますことを願っております。
Have a nice Kantele day.
Hyvää Kantele päivää!
Nautitaan Kanteleen soitosta.
Hyvää Kantele päivää!
Enjoy Kantele day.
Hyvää Kantele päivää!
Happy Kantele day.
Hyvää Kantele päivää!
Happy Kantele day.
Onnea Kantele päivää! Jee!
Hyvää Kantele päivää! Hyvää Kantele päivää!
What a touching greeting from Japan. Thank you so much. Now we have a wonderful and interesting seminar program ahead of us, and hopefully we will also take time to get to know each other and discuss. During this day, we'll also have other interesting program here in Kanneltalo, Kantele yoga and workshops and concerts. But with the seminar program, we will start with Matti Hakamäki, Director of Finnish Folk Music Institute, and Leena Marsio Senior Advisor from Finnish Heritage Agency. They will actually have their presentation partly together, since the themes are so closely related, but Matti will start. We'll soon hear more about living heritage, UNESCO processes and community-based safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage and experiences from the nomination process from Kaustinen. Before that, some guidelines for the audience. The time for questions is always after each presentation if the speaker does not proceed differently. So please raise your hand and Tipora here will come and give you the audience microphone so we can hear your question. I'll deliver the questions from the chat. But yes, one more time, happy Kantele Day seminar everyone, and welcome Matti and Leena.
Yes, thank you so much, Sanni, for the invitation and Kantele Association, and a happy Kantele Day to everyone. This is a very special day, and I think we will have a very nice and important seminar, and hopefully also very good discussions about Kantele traditions in the Baltics and in Finland, and in the whole Kantele area, and also think about the actual probable nomination, UNESCO nomination on this record. My name is Matti Hakamäki, so I'm director of Finnish Folk Music Institute, and we have worked with UNESCO quite a while now, a few years, and we have two different kind of connections to UNESCO. On the other hand, our organization is accredited to this 2003 UNESCO convention. And then we have the Kaustinen inscription, which means that the Kaustinen fiddle playing is inscribed in the UNESCO list. So this kind of these two things give us the background for kind of the know-how for community-based in safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. So we are situated in Kaustinen, in middle of Finland, famous for the folk music festival mainly, but also for the living heritage that has been going on for years. Our organizations, we do documenting, archives, museum, education, publication, actually anything there is to promote folk music and folk music practicing. We focus on Finland, but of course we work also internationally. Also the folk music group Tallari is part of our organization, so we also do the same folk music promotion by actually playing and giving concerts. 2018 we were accredited, and the accreditation means that there are NGOs around the world, organizations around the world, connected in an advisory role to the convention. And there are now almost 300 organizations at the moment from many different countries, and they all have something to give on community-based safeguarding of intangible cultural heritage. They have the knowledge from the grassroots level, from their own communities, from their own cultures. They might be very big organizations or very small organizations, but the idea is that the UNESCO level and the state parties, they also can hear the voice of the common practitioners or common people who actually work with the traditions and live the traditions. And then the other connection, 2021 was the inscription year for the Kaustinen fiddle playing. So what is Kaustinen fiddle playing in the UNESCO list? The community wanted that there is the name Kaustinen in it, even though there are other municipalities around it which actually do the same heritage and practice the same heritage. One could argue that it's the whole county or the region, and of course there are not actual regional borders where the heritage is practiced. But the community themselves decided that they want the Kaustinen name in it because it's kind of people identify to that name the most. And then the other thing is the fiddle or violin in the topic. That's the kind of the same thing, that it actually the inscription includes also Kantele and folk dancing and festivities, many other traditions, but the violin is the most known, and the community's practitioners themselves think that this is something important to put on the topic because it kind of it's the symbol of the whole traditional identity of the community. It's, of course, the last picture was from the festival. It's the most known part of the tradition, but actually where the tradition lives, it lives in villages, in families, every week, every day, rehearsals, in pubs, and everyday social circumstances. We have the dance tradition included. There are about more than 200 dancers every week practice folk dance in Kaustinen, even though the population of the municipality is a little bit more than 4,000. The family ensembles are very important now, and they have been. The tradition has been going on in families for 200 years, in some cases maybe 300 years. Or that's what we know about it. And also in villages you can find kind of like a special, like a village tradition and also family tradition. And this comes to the folk music style or the fiddle playing style or the kantele playing style. They vary from family to family. And it still goes on in the families. And this is something that makes it quite special in the Western countries of the world, that we still have a very vivid and living tradition that has been going on from generation to generation for a long time. And then the festival. It used to be the weddings that were actually the ceremonial highlight, or the occasion why to practice, when to celebrate, and where really give the role to music. That was the weddings for 3 days. It was very important for the communities. But nowadays, the weddings, there are still weddings, but they are not centered on folk music or fiddle playing. And now, kind of socially, the folk music festival, Kaustinen Folk Music Festival in the region, in the municipality, has taken the role of this yearly festivity of the tradition. So the history of the fiddle playing, it comes from Western Europe, from Scandinavian traditions. And then 68 was the festival formed, a little bit more than 50 years ago. And it was very big part of this pan-European folk tradition, exciting times of the year 68 and revival times. And the first years actually we kind of invented the Finnish folk music scene in a way that we now understand it, and the same process, of course, has been happening in other countries also in a little bit different way. But here, the starting of the Kaustinen Folk Music Festival was very important, and maybe the first 5 years, where, for example, Finnish Folk Music Institutes was established, and many other organizations that still work today. Today, the everyday life, there are about, we have been trying to count the practitioners of Kaustinen fiddle playing, and we can say that there are more than 200, but is it until 2,000 or 1,000 or 500 or 400? This is very hard to identify, because the definition of the practitioner is quite large, vague. So we usually say that there are maybe 200 to 500 players in town and or in the municipality, and 2,000 to 500 dancers, people who practice and identify to that. And that's a very large number in a small community, in a small municipality. So it really is part of the everyday life. In the gas station there is a fiddle and harmonium, and in kind of the very normal circumstances that maybe in other places it wouldn't be very normal to have, but you can really hear the folk music in many places in Kaustinen village, and it's part of the people's identity. 2021, the UNESCO inscription came. We worked with the local associations and organizations, practitioner organizations, with the nomination for quite a long time, maybe 5 years to 2 years, it depends how you want to count it. And the idea was that we went to the community and did interviews and tried to have the ideas of the community, of the practitioners in the application, so that it's not an expert view of what is Kaustinen fiddle playing style, or what is the kind of the tradition from a scientific or historical point of view. That's not kind of the idea here, but it's actually what do the community think about the tradition. That's the key point of all. So we did that work, and 21 in December was the point when the inscription came to be. And the inscription actually is from the state, so it's not like a Kaustinen inscription, but it's Finland state inscription, and so that's also kind of important to understand that when we work with the nominations, the actual the stakeholder that is responsible of the application is the state party. It's not the community, but that's the application. But then actually the tradition, it always goes to the community and the practitioners. So we will go forward in a while with Leena she's a very good friend of mine, and I'm very honored again to have this opportunity to make this presentation together. And she will start telling more about the actual convention. But before that, I would like to emphasize 5 or 6 different points that we always have to think when we talk about the UNESCO 2003 convention or the concept of intangible cultural heritage. We have to remember that it's not science, it's an agreement. Almost all of the countries in the world have agreed that we will consider culture in this way, or traditions this way. And we will use the word intangible cultural heritage, and it has different definitions so that we can call it ICH, or intangible cultural heritage. And it's an agreement. It's not like a true or false thing, but it's just an agreement that, okay, this is something that all the countries, different cultures, different actors can approve, that these will be the terms that we use. So it's very important when you go to the UNESCO world in a way to understand that this is kind of the language they use, and these are the definitions that they use, and always look at my tradition, how it adapts to these definitions and this kind of concept. So first, community approach. Everything goes through the community. The value is given by the community. So it's not the director of Finnish Folk Music Institute or academics or the state experts. They don't say that this tradition is good because it's so old or it's so beautiful. It doesn't matter at all. Or if they say it's so authentic, it's so Finnish, or it's so something, it doesn't matter at all in this when you talk about intangible cultural heritage. It's always the practitioner, the Kantele player, the one who listens to Kantele, who identifies to the Kantele tradition. He or she has the authority to value the tradition. And this is always the kind of where we go with this UNESCO convention. It's living. It's something that has come to this moment from somewhere. So it has past and it has present, but it also has future. So if you lack one of these, if you don't have the past, or if you don't have the present, or you don't have the future, it's not ICH. If it's only history, it's history. It's okay, it's good, but it's not ICH. If it's only present, it's present, but it's not ICH. Or it's only future, the same thing. But if you have this chain of generations identifying 2 different traditions, then you really can talk about living tradition, living heritage. Mutual respect, idea of diversity. This is also very important, that when you have Kantele tradition and then you have the Kaustinen fiddle playing tradition, it doesn't mean that this one is better or this one is better, but it's the same idea of diversity as we have in a jungle, that it doesn't work, the biodiversity, if we don't really have all the plants, all the animals, all the bacteria in it. We need the diversity. We cannot say that this tree is actually better than this tree. Of course, you can say that I personally enjoy this tree better. It's my opinion, but this idea of diversity, cultural diversity, is very important. Then we have the human rights instruments that have been created by United Nations. It has to follow those. And then also the idea of sustainable development. It has to follow those. And then the last one, it's kind of extra, I usually say, because you look at it a little bit from a different angle, but it's the idea that it's active process. It's something that we actively do. We don't preserve. We don't just kind of nominate Kantele to UNESCO and then we see, okay, now it's there and let's keep it there and don't touch it. But we actively try to safeguard. We try to approve. We try to work so that it will be still possible for the future generations to enjoy Kantele. So these are something that I find very, very important to kind of keep always in the foundation. Please, Leena, welcome.
Good morning, everyone. Hyvää Kanteleen päivää. Happy Kantele Day. Amazing the video. Wow, almost had tears in my eyes. It's really wonderful that all the way to Japan this tradition has found its way and really that people obviously love it. Lovely to be here with you today, and also hello to the people online. I've been really happy to be working with this convention for 10 years now. I work in Museovirasto, the Finnish Heritage Agency, where I've been part of the process when this has been implemented for all of those 10 years now, or actually it was ratified a year before. I have a dream job. It's wonderful that I get to work with players of Kantele or hobby horse riders or singers or people who do the outdoor activities and really many kinds of people. Happy to be on the stage with Matti. If I've been on board for 10 years, you've been on the board like for 9 years. And really been an important partner to discuss on various matters, but you are now also actually a UNESCO trainer, which are around 100 or something, 150 in the world. So I was curious to take notes on how do you like put this all into words. But I'm going to take you now a bit further into what is the convention about, what's the safeguarding, and what's the idea with these inventories, and what's the idea with the UNESCO lists. First of all, 183 state parties. So it's been actually the quickest, the fastest of the UNESCO Cultural Convention. So almost all countries in the world have said, yes, we think it's important to safeguard living heritage. It's like 17 countries or so that are not yet in the convention. United States, Canada, New Zealand, UK ratified it actually this year, which was an important step to get that country on board. But in addition for those state parties, it really has 117 accredited NGOs at the moment, just to compare with the World Heritage Convention, which has 3 organizations accredited. So it's really the sister to the World Heritage Convention, being the most known tourism or traveling brand in the world at the moment. So we do benefit from it. So to say UNESCO, it's like a bit of gold dust on something. So there's something magic about it. But we do get mixed quite a lot. And I think that in many ways or some ways it's been a bit of a product development from that convention. And one of them being that communities in the field really have a key role in this, and also that there is room for so many accredited NGOs. So yes, Matti, as you, Matti, mentioned, communities are in the heart of the convention, because there are many kind of heritage processes where it really is the expert, the researcher, or the civil servant who is like, is important, is not important. But here it's really those, for example, the Kantele players who say what kind of value it has. So Finland has ratified the convention in 2013, and my organization Museovirasto is coordinating the work. Yes, we can go forward. So, but though we know about the inventories, I'm going to tell them a bit more to you in a second. It is a tool, so it's not Museovirasto who ratified it or is the one implementing the convention, but it's the state of Finland. So it's actually the whole country that is part of the organization, and this is also what we constantly try to remind our colleagues in other government agencies or ministries or education institutions, that we're all in this part. So inventorying is just one part of it, but it's also about adopting legal, administrative and financial measures for safeguarding of ICH. So all the things that happen under education or research or training people, even on informal organizations or civil society training institutions, what happens in the museums or archives, this is all part of that ICH safeguarding work. This is about raising awareness and fostering respect for ICH, and this is really a long-term work. Sometimes we really go to the headlines, and now when the handmade techniques of handmade glass was inscribed. Last December we got like 100 hits on Finnish media, and sometimes I'm talking in the live TV show with 100,000 viewers and so on, and then the next day someone is like, oh, this is so important, but why haven't you told about it anywhere, or why haven't I heard about this? And you should really go and try to put more focus on the media work. So this is really long-term work. Encourage communities to undertake safeguarding activities, really one of the key concepts and why these inventories are also made, and supporting communities to ensure that they benefit from safeguarding of their own heritage. I'm going to tell you a bit more about defining ICH. I think you touched upon it a bit more, or a bit in your presentation. But it really is about the practices, presentation, expression, knowledge, and skills. It's something that happens within us people, between us, how it is transmitted. It is about communities and groups of people, in some cases individuals, and it is recognized. This is my heritage. This is such a wonderful heritage. It's something that we really see that is part of our identity even. So it's transmitted from generation to generation. And here I often get the question like, but is it old enough? And luckily the UNESCO convention doesn't say out loud that this is how old it needs to be. So it is in the national implementation, how this is sort of interpreted. And we know that in China, to get into their national inventory, you need to be at least 100 years old. And considering the Finnish culture and our history, I'm really glad we don't have that limitation. I think our wiki inventory would be quite much smaller. But many countries speak of 2 generations, so at least 2 have been involved. Even in the UNESCO list, I think one of the youngest is a student festival from Bangladesh, where it was the first time organized 1989. So quite recent, and when it was inscribed, there was no discussion about is it old enough. So this is not sort of the defining factor here. It's constantly recreated by communities. So this is neither such a process where you're like, this is the only right way to go to the sauna or play the kantele, but rather it's about the diversity. And I really love, Matti, your expression about the biodiversity in a jungle, that this is what really makes the heritage. In response to their environment, in interaction with their history. So if it's 183 countries, you can imagine like if we could all put our heritage cloud now above our head, like what's in it? What kind of things? I would have the mushrooms and the cottage and the horses and the singing and the knitting and all of that. And then I think about those Kantele players there in Japan, what kind of things they would have, or in Peru or in Botswana. So I think it's really fascinating. We're all human beings. Same things happen to us. We are born, we get married, kids, we need to eat, we want to entertain ourselves. But depending in which part of the world, what kind of culture, what kind of environment, it's a bit different. And I think this is one of the most beautiful parts of this work. Okay, intangible cultural heritage, living heritage, levande traditioner. I don't have any other translations here, but we really use this living heritage and intangible heritage side by side. But to go to a bit more in concrete, these kind of things we have in the Finnish wiki inventory. So oral traditions, this is the UNESCO way of putting this into different domains. So it's about oral traditions and expressions being part of everything that happens, like most of the ICH is transmitted through language. It's about performing arts, of course, social practices, rituals, and festive events really related to all of our everyday life, to the cycle of life or to the cycle of year. Knowledge and practices concerning nature and the universe. This is one of, I found it really fascinating when you think of the nature in different parts of the world and what kind of skills or knowledge do you have in the Finnish forest or in the deserts of Arabic countries or in the African jungle or whatever. But universe, last but not the least. So this is mainly about worldviews or religions that are also part of ICH and traditional craftsmanship. One of the few obligatory parts in the convention is making these inventories. We are really proud of our wiki inventory for living heritage, elävän perinnön wikiluettelo. So if you're not yet familiar with it, go and Google it already tonight. So we have over 240 examples, articles from over 400 communities. We are really proud of it. And now the articles, I mean, it works in Finnish, English, Swedish, but in addition you can put those articles in different languages. The recent edition was actually celebrating Hanami, the Japanese cherry flower festival in Finland, which was added to our wiki inventory last summer, so we have it in Japanese as well. So we actually have 6 languages now. Around 100,000 visitors from 150 countries. Communities produce and are responsible for the content. And in addition, we have this national inventory, so you can apply there every 3 years. 86 elements there. So there's the first side. So national inventory, a bit longer process, more questions, longer process, peer evaluation, which we actually, I don't think there are many countries that would have it. But to our UNESCO ICH inscriptions, so as national elements, we have sauna culture in Finland inscribed 2020, and then Kaustinen fiddle playing the year after. And in addition, we are part of 2 other multinational inscriptions, Nordic clinker boat traditions. All of the Nordic countries are involved in it in 2021, and then last year techniques of handmade glass. And at the moment we are working with traditional dip net fishing, lippokalastus, together with Sweden. So always when there are traditions that are shared with different countries, then the idea is not to go and compete who is first or who has the biggest or most players or whatever, but then you are to go together. But I think this is now for the Finnish part what has been happening here, and I think we could now then move on to the process of multinational nominations, because I have gathered that this is the idea that the Kantele community in Finland and elsewhere as well would be the most important, unless Matti, you want to add something to what I've said so far. So now we're going to go a bit more technical, but I think it's good that you know in concrete what this kind of a process would be about. So first of all, the element needs to be in the national inventory in each country. So it varies a bit, the processes and how it goes, and later in our presentation I'm going to tell you a bit about how does the case look for Kantele or its variants in Finland and in different in Baltic countries. And the most important thing is that communities need to be on board. Sometimes from the press especially you get the picture that it's like people from Museovirasto go around country and say which one is important and beautiful and most respected or whatever, but it really is the people who are working with that element who needs to be on board. It's a long process, it's difficult, it takes resources, and we often say that it's such a small needle hole, can one say, neulareikä? So where you need to squeeze your element into, and opportunities, there is competition. And many who would like to go there, we always say that do that kind of work that is sort of feeding into the safeguard of safeguarding of that heritage anyhow, whether or not you get that UNESCO inscription. There needs to be one country coordinating the nomination process that is in charge. So, for example, with the Klinkerboat nomination, it was Norway, and Förbundet Kusten, a coastal federal organization, was coordinating it, and the process took 10 years from that organization to put it all together. And now with the glassmaking file, it was France, also a very experienced country with the inscriptions, who was coordinating it, and I would say maybe it took around 5 years or something when they went for this process. But one country needs to be in charge. Then if all the communities are on board and the enthusiasm and the drive to do it is there, then the responsible organizations of the convention in each country need to agree on their part of the process. Usually this is the ministry, so also here in Finland, though it's my organization, Museovirasto, coordinating the work around the convention. It is the ministry who then makes the decision to be part of it. And for us, it's been so far rather easy to go and get involved or be part of multinational nominations. But so far during these 10 years, it's only once we have organized sort of a national selection round. So some of the countries, from those 183, they send a nomination file in every year. And the main emphasis in some countries is just to get things on the list. There's a restriction, so if you have more than 3, then you can only nominate every second year. But Finland, or actually none of the Nordic countries, we think it's really important to emphasize the work on the national level. And as the resources are limited, we have had the policy of nominating more seldom. And there are different kind of processes how this works in different countries. So if you're from another country, then you need to go and ask directly from the responsible organization. A good nomination process between many countries really takes several years. There's the level of the communities, there's the level of the officials. And then, as Matti, you mentioned, the file is nominated by a country or those countries. Though it is the communities working and are in charge of the process, it does come from the state. And an example of this was the sauna file, which was wonderful that we had it at first, but it wasn't the easiest one. So considering sauna bathing and nudity and all of those 183 countries where it's a total taboo to be naked. So for example, the video, so it was basically me being the Sibelius policy, the one policing how much of which kind of body parts are shown and what's happening there. So it is the state of Finland putting this to the international community. But I see Matti would like to comment here, so please step in.
Yes, just I went through at the UNESCO website. You have lots of information on everything. So everything kind of you can find it really there. And there's also something written about the multinational files process. And I was just looking through that in the morning, and they were emphasizing 2 things when you do multinational files. Things to underline or take into consideration. One was the different situation in different countries, because you always have to reach the communities and show how the communities react to the element, how you really get in each country the communities involved. You can do it in maybe 1 or 2 in many cases, but then there might be some countries where the institutions or the practicing is there is no clear association who is representing the community. So it might be difficult in many cases. So this was one thing to emphasize, was the community work in every country. And then also in the application, one question of the application is what kind of safeguarding work you want to do, but especially what you have done. What kind of safeguarding work has been already done? and you have to kind of put it in from every country. And this is, of course, I know that there has been a lot of safeguarding work about Kantele in all of the countries, but it might be a tricky question also to put it in the, so that you can really say that it's safeguarding work in the ICH concept, or the kind of under the UNESCO umbrella. So I think these two things are kind of good things to emphasize and remember. So the communities in every country, and then how to tell about the safeguarding work already done, like in Finland, the Kantele courses, and is it the same situation in every country? Is it as easy as in Finland to tell about the courses? I think these are kind of like a practical tips for the multinational file preparation.
And wonderful thing with the UNESCO website is that all of the elements already inscribed, the files, how they apply to UNESCO, they are open. They are all there. So if you see something that is actually quite close to your instrument, you can just go and click it out and read it in English or French and see how did they get there. Of course, the forms change a bit, the questions change a bit, and so on, but it's really, it's quite wonderful. You can go and benchmark. I have a slide on the nomination process. So just to tell you that then when you are there, when the communities have been working for this for years and you've been softening the authorities for some years and you're finally there, so the files are being sent by last day of March to UNESCO Secretariat, located in UNESCO headquarters in Paris. In June, the Secretariat have processed these files, and now there's a new mechanism when, if there are some open, slightly easy technical questions, it's possible still to fill in something on the file. But basically then, during that year December and next year May, an evaluation body evaluates those files. So it is with 12 members. 6 of them are from NGOs, and 6 of them are being appointed by different countries. So it's basically 12 people reading through all those around 50 files that they take in every year. Then around, I think I've lost the number there, but around maybe 8 weeks, 6 weeks prior to the session. So it's around like when the file is sent, a year and a half later in October, November, you then get the evaluation of this body. It's like a page or a page and a half where they tell you if it is, how it fits to the criteria. And they might say that they are recommending the file to be inscribed, or they may recommend it to be withdrawn. And based on this recommendation, then the intergovernmental committee of 24 countries, then they make the decision. So in early December every year there's a committee meeting somewhere around the world where then those 24 countries meet, and then it might be, if it's a clear file, the evaluation body says tick, 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 it's a great file, we recommend it to be inscribed. Then it's like a 3-minute process or something, then you're there. But then if there are some difficulties, then it might be an hour and half an hour or a 1 hour discussion where they heavily debate should it be inscribed or not, and so then it gets more difficult. So, but basically 1.5 years then in there, so it is these countries who decide, and then they say UNESCO has inscribed this one to the UNESCO list, but it's actually these kind of 2 bodies that make the decision.
And why we talk about a file or application, so there is actually an application, a written application, but also you have to have photos that kind of are in the same idea, are in line with the application, and also you have to make a video, 10 minutes or in the 20 with the international files. So these, when we talk about them all together, we say it's in the UNESCO that it's a file. So just that's the difference.
And at the moment, the files are something on a multinational nomination. Would it be maybe something like 20 pages, 25 or something. So it's not actually longer than that one, which is a good thing. But I mean, I use this saying that it's like a UNESCO box, you know, the wooden box where for kids, for toddlers, where you put the round one and the triangle one and so. So this box says UNESCO in it. And you need to squeeze your heritage in it. And that's the tricky part. So though you know it well and you know what it is about, what the history has been, what you're planning, it's a certain kind of runomitta. It's kind of a genre of poetry, how you need to say it. So all of these, I think many of you have been there to make applications of funding, and each of them have their own language and terminology and rhyme, and UNESCO is the same. So it's a kind of UNESCO poetry, and that's the tricky part in it, but this is what we need to live with. But I guess, Matti, you're going to continue now with experiences from the Kaustinen process.
Yes, so I was telling you already that we did the work in Kaustinen for a few years, not only writing the application, but really going to the communities and practitioners and ask them what they think about the nomination and what do they think is important to safeguard and what are the key parts of or key roles of the element, and who are the main players, or the main, not like fiddle players, but the main actors of the tradition or the heritage. And we did questionnaires, open questionnaires online, and in different meetings, in real life questionnaires, and gathered data a lot actually from the practitioners, what they value, how often do they practice, why they value it, do they want to have it in the UNESCO, and questions like this. And we had interviews. We had many informal and formal meetings, at least 50, 100 meetings with the community during different rehearsals, just individual meetings and like a bigger gatherings. So we really were asking about UNESCO so much that in the end the practitioners, they were kind of avoiding us and saying that they want to play and they don't want to talk about heritage or UNESCO. And I think that's actually a good sign when you hear that maybe that's then you have, I don't know, done enough, but at least you have done something when this happens. It's, workshops about different themes, SWOTs about the threats and what should be done, roles of different actors, just basic awareness raising. And then already at this phase we did projects. And the projects were mainly benchmarking the Nordic and Baltic inscriptions and the communities behind them, but also in Europe and on global level. We did a lot of benchmarking and reading the files that Leena was talking about. You can really find an excellent database at the UNESCO website. So you really can learn from there, and you should use it. And it's also an excellent kind of foundation for projects and for research projects. So if it's possible to combine researchers to this, not necessarily to research about the playing style or the history, but really in a very practical way, what kind of other multinational nominations you have on instruments and topics like this, then you really can get a lot of valuable information. One of the main thing about, or the thing that the nomination or the inscription has given us in Kaustinen or the local communities is the common language, like a global cultural language. And this UNESCO convention really is the future of the cultural politics of the world. It's the same in Mondiacult 2022, and when we talk about sustainable development and culture, Is it academia or is it UNESCO or United Nations? You can really see clearly that this is the direction that we are going to. And it's not only ICH, but ICH is a big part of it. So all this heritage discussion in the future, if you want to still thrive in the future, our players and dancers and singers, I think we really have to understand this common language. And in practical level, it really has given the Kaustinen organizations also a lot of valuable tools. Before, it was easy to talk with other fiddle players or the organizations who practice maybe fiddle, maybe European folk music, folk dance, something that we have something in common with in an artistic sense or cultural sense. But when you go to Botswana or when you go to Peru or you go to another culture, there might not be a lot of things to talk about if you don't really understand the cultural aspects of the tradition. But when the UNESCO has given you the definitions of culture and ways to kind of name different safeguarding steps and so on, and if there is an element in Peru, an organization or a community in Peru, and even though if they are fishers or they do something that I don't understand anything about, but if they have gone through this UNESCO process, I really get very fast the very good idea how they are doing and why they are doing and what is going to happen next and so on. So it really gives a common language, even though it's like Leena was saying that sometimes it's hard to learn these kind of bureaucratic languages, but it really also it's not just like a there's a lot of consideration behind it. So it's not just like a language-wise, but there is a lot of heart and understanding about culture and heritage behind it, and that's why I think it's very, very important and recommended to also to learn. So this you can the language thing you can experience in real life situations, but also when you think about in a more broader way your heritage and the work you do with the heritage. Recognition is one of the key words when you talk about the inscriptions. The idea of the convention is very noble, it's very intelligent. I really have fallen in love with the convention and the ideology behind it. I really respect that it's a very, very good way to kind of understand culture or human life and what really is worth of something. But then there are these tools like the lists and other kind of ways to kind of raise awareness and media, and the recognition comes here in a very strong sense. So the recognition of the state, the regional players, the municipality, regional governments and so on, they really recognize the culture better if we have a system like UNESCO behind it, and or a heritage element. But also it's not just like the recognition of the governmental stakeholders, but recognition of the practitioners themselves and the people who identify to the community. It's not very clear always in every village, even though there is some heritage things going on, which is important, but it's not easy for everybody to identify to that heritage. If they don't play themselves, it might be easier to step away and within different domains, like the fishing from Tornedalen. It's a good example that they do great work there, and we have been in collaboration with them and learned also a lot of things to make our work better. International project funding, EU funding, it opens doors. Of course, you have to work a lot, but it really is something that helps a lot. And then finding out about the connections of safeguarding heritage or traditions, and then the framework of sustainable development. which is also very important nowadays. In all the projects, you have to adapt your ideas to the sustainability. And this ICH, it gives a very, very good, good way to do that. Examples of Nordic and Baltic ICH inscriptions. The one on the right, is it everybody? Yes, on the right. So the nyckelharppa, I think it's a very good, good element for us to benchmark, to think about. It's not in the representative list, but it's in the good practice list. And we have been talking a lot about the similarities with the challenges in the Nordic countries and then in the Baltic countries with many traditional instruments. So there's always the instrument building, and then there is the practicing of the instrument. Or we have used to, I think we have a kind of divided also like the artistic, and then the amateur playing, and then the making of the instruments. But I would recommend here, when you talk about UNESCO, we would kind of combine the artistic and the amateur music making, because in UNESCO they don't separate these things. And an artistic Kantele player is a practitioner and a player who has played for it doesn't matter how long, but if you only identify and kind of find your future in that tradition, then you are a practitioner. But anyways, it's very similar with nyckelharppa, with Kantele, with Hardanger violin, and there we have had these seminars about instrument building and practicing, and I've been talking for quite a long time now that with this, when we talk about the Nordic or Baltic instrument building, instrument traditions, or traditions, heritage related to certain instruments, we really should use this framework of UNESCO 2003 convention as basis to everything, because I think it really gives the best path to proceed in our actions. And you can, as we have talked already that, or said already, that you can find the nyckelharppa file also and the videos in the internet. So it's very, very, very important to get to know those. Some collecting some elements from the lists. So there are 730 elements on the list altogether, globally, and 167 elements are about instrument, or when you put the kind of search keyword instrument in it. So it might not be the kind of the main topic, but it's very, very much related to instrument. Usually it is the main topic. And in very many cases, it's the playing and building. So two kind of parts in it you can find. And it might be regional, but it might be also multinational, or like national or multinational. So it might be in Asia, Central Asia, you have many, many instruments that are shared in different countries. So there are very, very good examples to benchmark in the world. I think in every continent you can find instrument which is very similar to the situation of Kantele in these our areas. And then 9 elements corresponding to instrument making in the list. And again, you can go to the UNESCO site and you can search and play with the different tools they have given to browse the lists. And there's also this visual dive into ICH website where you can maybe have a nice presentation with your topic to the school children or whoever. But it's a very, very recommendable tool. Yes, I can't read it from there. I don't know if you can, it's just again the examples of the 9 elements corresponding to instrument building. So oud from Iran and Syria, dutar, Turkmenistan, pencaksilat, Indonesia. Also organ craftsmanship and music from Germany, Azerbaijan, Slovakia, Azerbaijan, Mali, Burkina Faso, Cote d'Ivoire, Italy. So these are the examples of the instrument building. But again, instrument gave more than 150 different files. And from all of these, you can find the 10-minute video or the 20-minute video. And with all of these, you can find the file, how they have described their community, how they have described their past safeguarding actions, and so on. All the same questions that is needed to elaborate with all the nominations.
Then you can also tick the box on exemplary files, because some files are better than others, and also good to note which year they were written, because it changes a bit and develops along the way.
Then, if you have anything to add, Leena, please just feel free. I will maybe go then to another theme that we have worked on in Finnish Folk Music Institute, and it's based on already what we have been saying or talking about, mainly about the definition of ICH, that you can define it in an intellectual way, in a written, debatable way, but also you should really sense it in your heart. And we all know, we are tradition people, we know that it's very hard sometimes to really speak out what it means to play Kantele or dance folk dances or something like this. So it's very important to practice on a personal level and investigate what are my intangible cultural heritage elements and how do I react to those, what they mean to me. Leena was talking about mushroom picking. We do it, I think, many of us, but not many of us think that, okay, where actually did I get it from? And why did I actually pass it on to my children? And why did I like it? We just do it because it's us. It's our life. But really, if we work in the cultural level or work to kind of promote the safeguarding, so we are not just only the practitioners, we are also people who do this active safeguarding work. So we organize organizations or groups of people to work so that the traditions can live longer. So we really need to understand how to work with the different concepts. And a key thing is to understand it in a personal level, on a personal level, and in your heart, and then being able to put it into words. So this is something that we have been kind of trying to do in Finnish Folk Music Institutes and already gone around the world presenting this. And this has reacted to very many different interesting discussions with this safeguarding model. We divide heritage in 3 baskets with this practice, with this exercise. We call them memory heritage, living heritage, and no heritage value. And the idea is that if you take something from your life, for example, I was walking or I was in a bus in the morning. What does the bus mean to me when I travel in a bus? Does it include heritage value? Is it something that I want to pass to my children? Do I identify to a bus, riding a bus? Of course, you could argue also that I do, or it is important part of my culture. But in this case, it's the value is more like logistic value. It's not a heritage value. So I would put it to the no heritage value basket, my bus driving. And then when I came out the bus, what did I do next? Where do I put my next activity? Is it the living heritage, memory heritage, or no heritage value basket? And through these kind of practices or exercises, when you do it alone or do it with your colleagues, do it with your own tradition, little by little, it will become easier to understand and kind of speak out the feelings you have in your heart about your heritage. And once again, when you go to the baskets, living heritage, we have been talking about, we have talked about it already a lot. So, for example, music making for me, there is a community authority. So it's not somebody from above that says me what is important, but it's actually me, my family playing. The community is in charge. Active safeguarding. I can still organize a folk music festival around the tradition I'm playing. Living, adapting meanings. You remember the definitions of ICH. And there's no historical or aesthetical value giving in the process. And this is something that we have repeated many times already, that it doesn't mean if it's 1,000 years old or 10,000 years old. It doesn't mean anything. It's only if somebody from today believes it's important. Maybe they believe it's important or identify to it because it's old. It's okay. But that the actual fact that it's old, that's not the key kind of issue here. So living heritage basket, it might be the easy one. Then we have a lot of memory heritage things. It's very important for the humanity to remember our history. If we don't remember, we cannot work in the future. But in these cases, when you go to like talk about folk music styles or history of the Second World War, it's very important for a survival, but it's a different thing. It's a different basket than the living heritage. And here you can have an expert, and you should have an expert decision. It's based on academic research, and it gives something that is valuable in practice. To build on the future communities, it can be community-based, but you don't really, if you talk about the history of the Second World War, you don't work with the Second World War community, whatever that is. You work from the kind of the expert point of view. Historical knowledge value in itself, and then also aesthetical. You can really kind of differentiate different things through aesthetical value processes. So you can kind of decide, the community or the society can decide that, okay, classical music, we think it's important, we give them more money. You can do that. But then if you say that this is the only way to do it because this is like the truth, then it's not good. But if you say that, okay, our society wants to do it, then it's okay. And then the memory heritage, of course it comes interesting when we think about the libraries, the memory institutions, museums, and archives. Where do they belong? What basket? And also this is something where we try to use this model, of course. And then the no heritage value would be the bus driving. Maybe when I walk, we walk, all of us, we walk differently. If you come from outer space, you might think that, okay, maybe they have learned. I want to walk like this, but it's not really, I don't identify myself to my walking. It's not something that I want to give to my children, my style of walking. So it's not like living heritage, but what is it? Is it no heritage value? It's not very clear, but I think it's very beneficial to think about our different activities. Yes. Leena.
This was really interesting. Matti, is it alive? Alive enough? Yes. I've heard you mentioning this model, but it's the first time I hear about it. But I'm not going to go into that now. We can return to this discussion, but I'm going to go to Kantele. And so before my presentation, I actually was in connection with all of my 3 colleagues in the different Baltic countries to hear a bit more how are they in terms of inventorying this heritage. And first to mention that playing and building the Kantele has been in the Finnish National Inventory since 2020. And warm thank you once again for all of you, those that were part of the process of working on that. But regarding Baltic countries, how does the case look there? So I was in contact with my colleague at Eesti Rahvakulttuurikeskus, and I heard that the Seto Kantele playing has been in their inventory since 2013, so actually quite a while already, maybe connected to the ICH inscription around Seto, what's the name of the... Setolelo, yes, Setolelo, so I don't know, maybe related to that. And then that they are in a process to get the hiu kannel or talharppa into the inventory maybe already during this year. So that process is going on. Regarding Latvia, so Kokles is not yet in the national inventory, but they were hoping this would be possible in 2025, maybe some discussion with the communities, and it's the Latvian National Cultural Center that is in charge of the inventorying process. When it is in terms of Lithuania, neither the Kanklės is in their inventory, but I got a positive sign that this could be possible in 2025. And there it is also organization called Lithuanian National Cultural Center that is in charge. Maybe it's okay to mention that I did got very long and quick and enthusiastic replies from all of my 3 colleagues when I asked about this theme. And so really the attitude seems to be that they hope for the tradition of Kantele or its variations, that they would soon be in their inventories. If you don't know who you should contact, go to the website of these organizations, or then you can also be in direct contact with me. So I'm happy to connect you with the right person in those organizations. But now then, the next step would then be to get all of the instrument or also its building into these national inventories. And I'm also glad to see that it's only Finland that has this possibility. Every 3 years it seems that it's possible annually in all of these countries. And also good to note, you can just go to the wiki inventory of living heritage in Finland, and you can find playing and building the Kantele. That article, it's a very good extensive article where you can also benchmark a bit that how have they formed this, how have they written it, and what should we be saying. And I'm really sure that all of my colleagues in these 3 countries are more than happy to help those. But just a couple of words about what's the idea with these inventories. As mentioned, it's one of the few obligatory parts that you need to be doing in this convention. I think it is a working tool in the spirit of the convention. I'm tremendously proud of all those 240 articles and to see more and more coming in. So people really willing to tell what is their heritage, and that we get so many visitors, thousands and thousands of visitors from all over Finland and also from abroad to see what is living heritage. And it might be that it's Kantele that brings them in. They just Google Kantele playing, and one of the hits is our inventory. But it could be about hunting with Suomen pystykorva, the Finnish Spitz dog. So people come from different interests or different heritage, and then they learn about others. It's an easy access, wide scope, accessibility for all, well, especially with the wiki format. But then you can find, for example, we have a map there, so you can go and see what's happening in my region or in my municipality. It is about analyzing the element and bringing more awareness to it, but it's also the first steps for safeguarding. So in many cases we see that inventorying that heritage, putting it to our wiki inventory, has been the first time they get the group together to discuss what is it about, who are we, who are the practitioners, how are we safeguarding it, and most of all, what should we be doing to make sure that it's living in the coming years as well. I'm going to skip a bit because I'm sure that Matti will have some good lines to say in the end as well. But one way, this is from the dive into ICH website that Matti you already mentioned, but I think this is a good example of what kind of threats are different heritages actually facing. So this might be something you want to have a look on. So ich.unesco.org and dive into ICH. I'm not going to go more into sustainability, just to say that we have had an extensive project called Livind with 9 different countries in the Nordic and Baltic countries. So if you're interested to know more about living heritage and sustainable development, go to livind.fi website where you will find also our tools. So I'm going to leave the last words to Matti now to close up the session.
Thank you, Leena. Yeah.
Your slides, of course.
It's maybe to wrap up something that we have been talking about the idea of having the Kantele heritage somehow in the UNESCO list in the future. Leena mentioned in one point that it's very important that you do this practice. You focus on safeguarding, and even though if you don't achieve the UNESCO inscription, it's not. There is still something good done, and because not all the projects go there, so it's very important to focus on the process and do it so that it's beneficial, even though the inscription doesn't happen ever. And I think in this case it's like very, very easily understandable that this kind of networking and kind of thinking about the safeguarding issues is in any case beneficial for the tradition. Learning what can be achieved, we can learn about community approach, about the practitioner professional, idea of them being or the amateurs and professionals being practitioners together, inclusion, global partnerships, tools, social well-being, connection to SDGs, human rights, and culture as essential part of society and policy making. So what really is the input that our heritage communities are giving to the society? It's also a good thing to translate through these concepts. And something that we still should remember or kind of reflect on in our minds when we go home, we should recognize the Western worldview, how we see things, how we see culture, define culture. In the global context like UNESCO, it doesn't work. It's not a Western worldview, but it's a global one. Nordic, same thing, global. Professionalism, this is something that we also have to step out from the professionalism box, which is maybe not very easy in the Western world, but we have to try to see how others see the ideas of heritage. Artistic approach, what is freedom of art? Hobbyist, amateur, individualism, also a Western concept that we kind of have to start understanding what is individualism and what is the idea of community when they talk about heritage in the UNESCO. How do they relate? Authorized heritage discourse is a scientific theory or idea created by Laura Jane Smith, which is very beneficial also to dig into. And then safeguarding and recognitions. I think if you know everything about these themes, then we are very, very far in the path. But this is, I think, for our joint journey, this is something that we should focus on. Thank you from my part.
Thank you.
Anything to add, Leena? I didn't give you the...
No, I'm good. I was wondering if we have time for some questions, if there are some.
Yes, for sure. Thank you so much. So let's start with Outis's question there. Please wait for the microphone, just a second. And thank you, Leena and Matti. That was very helpful and needed. And for sure, the safeguarding work is important itself, and it's something that we can for sure start on to making those safeguarding programs, whether we are going to UNESCO or not. But hopefully, yes. So, Outi, please go ahead.
Hello, so I'm Outi Nieminen. And so I have a question now. So 4 countries are going or are inside of the national inventory with the Baltic psalteries. And so we are like 8 or 10 countries. What about if when we are applying to the international catalogue, what about if there are 7 or 6 inside and a couple of outside? Can they still participate after 20 years when all the things are more regular? Because we know this is not only about culture, we are talking about peace here. And this is combining our cultures, because culture is peace.
Yes, I mean, when you know those countries where this heritage is most active and practiced, it would be a good idea to work together with them and to see how you make such a process that is sort of that it's possible to take it through. I mean, I was watching the process on the handmade glass, which is made in really quite many countries, and then after all 5 ended up going there. So to see how you can handle this process, but indeed it's possible for a country to be part of the nomination also then afterwards. So I understand the case with Kantele, but yes, this is possible then afterwards.
Thank you. And then maybe was Valdis, okay. Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you for all presentation. And so, just small correction. Latvia actually has on national register of international intangible cultural heritage Kantele, or one type of Kantele. But the problem is that it is not named Kokles. It is named caurspēlējama cītara. So the zither which you play through, it is a kind of multi-stringed instrument, but it is one type of those Kokles. So we have something in Latvia.
Great.
Thank you for that. I don't know why Gitta Lancere didn't tip me on that, but thank you for the correction.
Yes, I have the very big philosophical question. Every time I see also these baskets and think about that, then like a big part of our folklore is revived, and the 2 baskets combine very thoroughly in folk music. And this caurspēlējama cītara together with some Estonian newer type of Kokles or Kanteles or kannels are living tradition, but the big part of what we use nowadays is actually revived, and I'm always puzzled in my head. How should I think about it? Is it living? It is living. We are living in it now, but it's revived from 90s. What to do?
Yeah, it is very important issue to address. It's if you feel like it now, then it's living. And they in UNESCO, or when you think about intangible cultural heritage, it doesn't go further. If you do the kind of identifying to that history and you say it's okay, or the practitioners, the players, the one who the communities behind the elements who identify to it, they say it's something that it has passed, it has something present, and they want to give it to somewhere, to their own children or to the wherever, to the future generations. Then it's considered ICH. And this is a very good, when you think about like the European folk music studies or research field, this has been very important kind of question to make the division that the real heritage and then the revived heritage. But the UNESCO and ICH doesn't say anything. They think it's heritage. It doesn't matter at all. And this is kind of I think it's a very wise thing to do, but it's also very practical because you don't have to go to the never-ending political questions about like what is right and wrong. You can just say that, no, but this is what the community thinks, then we go with it.
Okay, last question, very quickly.
Yeah, and
Outi,
actually
please.
this is about our wiki article about Kantele, playing Kantele and building the Kanteles. It was made by two doctors, it was written by two doctors, Rauno Nieminen and Heikki Laitinen. So when people are checking, the people from internet, you are going to see our article, so it was made by Rauno Nieminen and Heikki Laitinen.
Thank you so much for good questions, and thank you once again, Matti and Leena.
Thank you.
That was very, very insightful. And I think we need to move on with the program now. And next, we will have a short presentation round from each country that is present here in today. And first, we will start with Finland. And Arja will tell about Kantele living heritage past and present, what it is about here right now in Finland. And Arja Kastinen is a doctoral visiting researcher from folk music department, Sibelius Academy, Uniarts, Helsinki. And we have approximately 25 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for the questions. Yes, so welcome, Arja.
Kiitos. Laitatko sä mulle mikin tähän johonkin? Joo. Toinen pois. Joo. Saaks tän toisen panna? Joo, okay, let's start. Yep. Thank you for Kantele Liitto for organizing this seminar. I'm so thrilled that this process has finally started. So, the Kantele is one of those ancient instruments that didn't disappear with the great cultural changes of the centuries, but evolved into many new models that allowed it to function as part of new ways of thinking about music. This evolution is still going on today. We all know that the history of the instrument is old, but nobody knows exactly how old. As in the Baltic countries, estimates of the Kantele's age vary from 1 to about 2,000 years, depending on who you ask. The strong cultural status of the instrument over the past few centuries is demonstrated, for example, by the fact that Kantele runosongs have survived as an oral culture for tens of generations, and they were the first epic runosongs to be written down and published. The SKVR, the ancient poems of the Finnish people collection, contains over 400 runosongs connected with the birth of Kantele. Sorry, my mistake. Or the music produced with it. The songs were collected from a wide area stretching from northern Ostrobothnia and Lapland through central Finland and Savo to Karelia and Ingria. According to linguists, the Finnic word kantele, kannel, kandele is a loan word from the Baltic connections 2,000 or 3,000 years ago. The oldest literal mentions of the Kantele in Finland date from the time after the Reformation. The reformer and father of the Finnish written language, Mikael Agricola, included the Kantele in several of his translations of biblical and other religious texts and hymns. He would not have been able to do so if the instrument had only been known in some parts of the country or by some people. To be able to place the Kantele so prominently in religious texts means that the instrument was familiar and close to all classes, from the nobility to the rural peasantry. The situation was undoubtedly similar before Agricola. In the same way, Maskun Heminki included the Kantele in the hymn book in 1605. Instead of the original instrument, the sithara, the Kantele is mentioned in his text along with harps and organ as those who praise in heaven. The hymn book was popular and went through several editions in the 17th century. Also in his Finnish translations of the Pie Cantiones, the Kantele is praised along with the organ. In 1690, Matti Salminius mentioned the Kantele in the runosong he wrote and published in honor of Bishop Sibelius Senior, and the oldest Kantele in the Finnish Museum is from Kurkijoki from 1698 or 99. In the 18th century, the Kantele is found in a wide range of texts, from religious texts to poetry, runosongs, research, and, for example, a concert announcement. In 1701, a new Finnish hymn book was published, and with several new editions, it became the most popular Finnish book for 150 years. The Kantele was now included in 4 hymns. The most famous scholars to study runosongs in the 18th century were Henrik Gabriel Portaan and Christfried Kanander. At the beginning of the first part of Portaan's dissertation in Latin, published in 1766, there is a Finnish runosong written by Kanander as a congratulation to Portaan, and the song contains the description of the miraculous Kantele playing of Väinämöinen. In the last part of his dissertation, published in 1778, Portaan describes the 5-string Kantele and its use as an ancient instrument within the Finnish runosong culture. Kanander published the most famous Kantele riddle in the book Suomalaiset arvotukset, Finnish Riddles, in 1783. In 1786, he published the Runokirja, a collection of his runosong texts based on psalms and other Old Testament texts. At the beginning of the publication, he tells how to sing them like runosongs and how to play them on the 5-string Kantele. The Mythologia Fennica from 1789 contains runosongs about Väinämöinen's mythical Kantele playing, and Kanander describes how these runosongs are used by fishermen and hunters as magic spells for better catches. And in 1768, Johan Lindell, the director cantus at Turku Cathedral, organized a performance of his composition Jumaliset ajatukset, and the announcement said the aria would be performed with the organ and the kanteles. Portaan's pupil, professor of theology at the Turku Academy, later Archbishop Jacob Tengström, gave a speech at the Royal Academy of Literature, History and Antiquities in Stockholm in 1795. In his speech, he described in detail the ancient runosong and Kantele traditions of the Finnish people. The 19th century was the century of many big changes. The Swedish era ended in 1809, when Finland became the Grand Duchy of Finland within the Russian Empire. The change in musical culture had already started from the west in the 17th century. It reached central Finland and Savo at the end of the 18th century and Karelia in the 19th century. The new musical culture meant, for example, new instruments like, for example, violin, and the replacement of runosongs by songs with verses and rhymes. It also meant a change in musical thinking, chords, and aesthetics. As a result, the Kantele began to change into many different models to better suit the use of the new music. Instead of hollow kanteles, kanteles were made of several pieces of wood. They became bigger and louder, and several new playing techniques were developed, also locally, individually, and according to the instrument. The change from hollow kanteles to new models began perhaps at the turn of the 19th century and lasted over 100 years. This change, which began in the 19th century and continued into the 20th, is so varied and full of interesting details, musicians, instrument makers, innovations, that it's impossible to cover everything here. I apologize for this and hope that no one will be angry if I move on rather quickly and Dasa doesn't mention everything. One of the biggest changes in plucking technique came with the separation of the hands. The new larger instruments and the new chordal music demanded separate roles for the hands, melody and accompaniment. In the old plucking technique, the fingers of both hands alternated on the scale, and there were no separation and no chordal thinking. The music was based on improvisation, on the continuum of variation, sound space, strong resonance, and long vibration of the strings, not on chords. So there was also a big change in the aesthetics of musical thinking. In addition to the plucking technique, the strumming technique also underwent new innovations with local variations along with the new instruments. The very first published Kantele tune was in Giuseppe Acerbi's book in 1802. It was a 5-string Kantele tune with piano accompaniment. By modifying this tune, by the way, Arja Väisänen won the Finnish Broadcasting Company's interlude tune competition in 1931. So for several centuries, the Kantele was known throughout Finland, from Swedish-speaking population to Finnish speakers and Karelians, and from rich to poor. According to Heikki Laitinen, only by the end of the 19th century, the Swedish-speaking population of Finland marked Kantele off their own culture, and the Finnish-speaking population named the Kantele as their national instrument. One division among the museum kanteles is a division of the säätyläiskantelet, the kanteles of the higher class, and the talonpoikaskantelet, the kanteles of the peasants. The kantele that has been used by a person of the higher class sometimes looks more decorative and perhaps elegant than the peasant kanteles, and sometimes there is no difference whatsoever. Elias Lönnrot was the main developer of the säätyläiskantele, surprise, surprise, in the 19th century. He innovated the chromatic kantele already in 1847. The most famous peasant woman of the 19th century was Greta Haapasalo from Kaustinen. She traveled through Finland for several decades, and during the years her kanteles grew bigger. This round-end model was invented in Perhonjokilaakso, where Haapasalo was from. Greta Haapasalo's big kanteles were probably made by Jaakko Östermark. The round-end model spread through Finland and reached also Karelia by the turn of the 20th century. Achilles Ockenström was also one of the famous performing kantele players in the 19th century, and the special thing in his playing was that he started to play the instrument from the long side. His family belonged in the upper social class. His father had learned kantele playing from Elias Lönnrot, and as a young boy, Achilles also had seen Greta Haapasalo's performances. Ockenström was blinded due to an illness, after which he studied to be a piano tuner and also started to travel and perform as a kantele player. He played the kantele that won the first prize in the kantele building competition in Seinäjoki 1887. The kantele was made by famous piano maker Engström from Helsinki. Along the new kantele music and numerous individual innovations, also commercial kantele making started, and there were several well-known kantele makers around Finland. In the 20th century, the innovations and developments went on. Recording started to be possible, and more printed material became available. Radio made a big impact in spreading knowledge of various music traditions around Finland. There were several music shops selling professionally made kantele instruments, and new musicians giving kantele concerts appeared. The number of teachers has slowly risen, and finally also the formal education of the kantele started. From the point of view of the ancient kantele tradition, the folk music researcher Arja Väisänen made extremely valuable work in the summers of 1916 and 17 when he traveled in Border Karelia collecting information from the players who still knew the old tradition. Without his work, we wouldn't know practically anything about it now, and the revival of the tradition, which was started by Heikki Laitinen and Hannu Saha and Rauno Nieminen and many others connected to the Folk Music Institute in Kaustinen in the beginning of the 1980s, would not have been possible. Now the tradition can be learned, for example, in the Sibelius Academy, which is quite cool in my opinion. Pasi Jääskeläinen was one of the most famous kantele performers in the beginning of the 20th century. He also played from the long side. He was from Haapavesi, as was also Antti Rantonen, another famous kantele player, who played both the bigger kantele and the 5-string kantele with his unique technique. Olli Suolahti was a known kantele player and performed also abroad. He especially liked Juho Tamminen's kanteles from Saarijärvi. Paul Salminen was born in Ingria and came to Finland in 1920. He was a professional classical musician, developed the concert kantele for many years and patented the invention in 1927. So he started to play the kantele from the long side as well. The beginning of the education of the classical kantele music was in 1923 when Salminen started to teach at the Kansan Konservatorio in Helsinki. Several instrument builders continued the development of the concert Kantele after Salminen, like Sulo Huotari, Erkki Leskelä, Oiva Heikkilä and his son Ossi, Otto Kaustinen and his son Hannu, Pekka Lovikka. After the wars, the popularity of the Kantele grew, and in the countryside around Finland, there were lots of Kantele players of which we now don't know about. There were also many local traditions around Finland with unique features. By the 1960s, the society had changed, and in many cases, Kantele was regarded as old-fashioned and not interesting anymore. In 1970s, things started to change again. The very first Kantele camp was organized in the summer of 1972 in Ilomantsi by Tyyno Niikko and Anneli Kuparinen. Help. Year by year, the amount of students grew, and later Kantele camps and courses were organized in many places around Finland. In 1969, Matti Pokela suggested that the Kantele should be a school instrument, and in 1975, Matti Pokela brought the small Kanteles to the music education department at the Sibelius Academy. In 1975, where is my mouse? In 1975, Kantele was the theme of the folk music festival in Kaustinen, and in 1977, Jussi Alakuha started to revive the Kantele building tradition in Kaustinen. Hiiri hävisi. Kiitos. Okay. In 1981, Rauno Nieminen came along in Kaustinen workshop. In 1977, tertiary education in Joensuu started to teach the five-string Kantele for the students studying to be a classroom teacher with the instruments made by Otto Kaustinen. The Folk Music Institute in Kaustinen started a small Kantele campaign in 1981. They made learning materials and gave courses and workshops. In 1985, started the Kantele to School project, which also introduced an alternative music educational model with improvisation and so on. All this affected also the Kantele building, since new players needed new instruments. There was an induced atmosphere, many children's Kantele groups were established, and new folk music groups were born. 1977 was a remarkable year also because Ismo Sopanen established the Finnish Kantele Players Organization, later known as Kantele-liitto, the Finnish Kantele Association. The highest level of music education in Finland is provided by the Sibelius Academy at the University of the Arts, Helsinki. It offers two options for studying the Kantele as a main instrument, either classical music since 1987 or folk music since 1983. Both include the possibility of further study up to a doctoral degree. The classical Kantele major focuses on versatile soloist studies spanning different eras and genres, as well as the development of extensive pedagogical skills. In the folk music department, students choose one of three options: creative musicianship, pedagogy, or research. So far, 32 Kantele students have completed the master's degree in classical music and 43 from the folk music. 2 doctors from the classical department and 3 from the folk music, plus 1 licentiate. The Association of Finnish Music Schools is the umbrella organization of music schools with 98 member schools. Of the member institutions, 87 are music schools and 11 are conservatories. Of these, 9 conservatories and 41 music schools currently offer Kantele lessons. In addition to these, there are also private music schools, in various parts of Finland, as well as adult education centers that offer Kantele courses. An indicative and updated map of Kantele teachers is available from Kanto ry, the Association of Kantele Teachers in Finland, on the site of Kantele-liitto, the Finnish Kantele Association. Now, all kinds of Kanteles at the moment, from small to big, from acoustic to electric, from ancient to modern, are used in many genres of music, and we are also in such a happy situation, dear Kantele friends. that there are so many of you, musicians, builders, composers, that it is impossible to name each and every one of you anymore. Thank you.
Thank you, Arja, so much for this vivid presentation of the history and the actual life of Kantele community in here. And let's have some questions. Do we have some from the audience? Not from the chat, but I could ask one question myself. What do you think are the important ways, or maybe most effective ways, to safeguard the heritage of Kantele for the next 50 years or so, that we would have as vivid history as we have now? So what do you think are the good practices that Matti was talking about? Do you have anything in mind that what we could start from, that we can safeguard that there is a future for Kantele?
Well, we need all these elements that we have them, but we need to work on these elements. Like we need good instruments, so we need instrument builders. We need education, possibilities to go and learn. We need communality, we need groups, so that you are happy to play with others. And what else?
Yeah.
What else?
That was pretty much covered well.
Yes.
Yeah, you can still raise your hand in. Okay, please. Valdis, go ahead. You will have a microphone just in 1 second.
Thank you for presentation. Usually we consider Kantele as instrument with metal strings. At one moment there were experiments also to use some natural fibers for strings. We have, for instance, some albums where such 5-string kanteles are used. How do you consider yourself the future of fiber strings? Is it used? Will it be used? Or was it experiment and let's leave it for just nothing?
In my opinion, we absolutely need them, because the instrument changes dramatically when you change the string material. So it gives even more possibilities for musicians. And of course, we know that there have been, in ancient instruments, there have been strings from horsehair, from Leanne, sinew, cut. So all these sound worlds are so beautiful and interesting that I personally think that we absolutely need to use them.
Yes, thank you for the question. Okay, let's see. From the chat, just a moment. We have some technical problems here, so let me see. Okay. There is one question which says that thank you very much for this very informative presentation. My question is, who spearheaded the major changes in Kantele playing techniques during the 19th century? And this is from Yingxing Chen, our friend Simo from Taiwan, who is asking this question.
That who spread?
Yeah, who spread it? Yeah, the question is that who spearheaded the major changes in Kantele playing techniques during the 19th century?
The players. Because the music culture changed, and people, there were so many individual Kantele builders. People are still making instruments for themselves. So the instruments were individual, and they locally invented ways to use this new instrument in this new music culture as part of it. And so the musicians invented them. Each one of them their own way. How can I use this new instrument now in a very creative way in this new wonderful music?
Yes. Great. Thank you. And Matti, please go ahead. We have still some time for quick questions.
Comment to Simo's question, and also I think the dance music, or because of what you said, that there was this kind of understanding of the music changed, yes. And also the kind of the European way of dance music, yes. At least in Kaustinen and Kantele playing, it was really affecting a lot. So I think that's also one important aspect.
That's totally true. Yeah. Do you have a comment? Okay. Arja, you can go back to the microphone that we can hear what you're talking. Okay. Do we have any other questions? We still have some minutes before the lunch. If not, over there. Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't know if this is appropriate at this time or at a different time, but I'm just wondering what would be the reasons for the Japanese interest in the kantele. That seems kind of it's and I mean this in a positive way, but it just seems kind of like a surprise, kind of an odd thing that Japanese would be interested in this basically Finnish instrument.
There's a wonderful article coming up this winter about how Sibelius was brought in Japan in the beginning of the 20th century, and how Japanese took Sibelius and kind of made it, looked at it from their own cultural perspective, and this was one of the first contacts when Japan and Finland, the culture of Japan and culture of Finland started to get close, and the contacts during the century, the contacts became more and more usual, and nowadays you can see it also into other, Japanese are interested in Finnish muotoilu, mitä on muotoilu englanniksi? Design and movies, and Finnish young people are very, very fascinated in anime and manga and so on. So there is this connection that has been built up for a century between Japan and Finland. And now they have also took the kantele because it has the same kind of aesthetics of silence and simplicity that they value in their own culture.
Yes, and that is very important to acknowledge also the other countries that have kantele heritage that is coming from Finland, in addition to the traditional kantele heritage areas, for example, in Baltic countries. So that's for sure something that we will think about during the process, that how we can include also Japan and USA and Sweden and everyone who is interested in this process. But yeah, thank you, Arja, very much. And now we will have a lunch break that lasts for an hour. And the lunch is in Kannel Grovi, that is just across the street. And Tsipora here will guide you all there. And yeah, and after 1 hour we will be back. Thank you for the morning and enjoy the lunch break. 2024. And for everyone who just joined via YouTube, my name is Sanni Virta. I'm the Executive Director of Finnish Kantele Association. And now we will continue with the short introductions to all the Kantele heritage countries that we have representatives here present. So we will have Dr. Art Valdis Muktupāvels from Latvia here, and he will talk about Kanklės traditions and modern situation in Latvia. And we will proceed in the same way than the previous talks, so 25 minutes approximately for presentation and 5 minutes for questions. Welcome, Valdis. We are so happy to have you here, and welcome.
Yeah, thank you for this initiative, for invitation, also to participate. I think we are doing all together very important thing, and everybody present here is doing something to establish Kantele, kannel, Kokles, Kanklės in UNESCO list and ensure that it will blossom. So let me present the Latvian tradition and modernity of the instrument. So actually my talk will be divided in 3 parts. One will be traditional Kokles, then I shall speak of modernization and revival. So those 3 aspects I would like to touch in my presentation. So starting with traditional Kokles. This is a family of instruments which are actually quite different, and we can speak of 2 basic groups of Kokles. One of them carved instruments or hollowed, which usually the body is made of a single wood, and we see them on the left side of this picture. There are 2 basic subtypes of those carved instruments in Latvia, one which is associated with Western Latvia, kurzeme, and they are generally a bit smaller than the others, so they are sometimes called, especially in popular literature, as the small Kokles or kurzeme Kokles. And the same type also carved Kokles, but from Eastern Latvia. They have a characteristic wing, so they can be named the big Kokles or the winged Kokles or simply Kokles from Latgale, which is eastern part of Latvia. So this is the type of carved Kokles, and the other one is zither-like Kokles, instrument which developed significantly closer to modern times. We can speak of the end of the 19th century when this instrument is already known to exist and played. And they are made in a different way. It's not anymore hollowing out of one piece of wood, but it is made from different parts, which are glued together. So we can speak of the glued Kokles or zither-like Kokles. And actually this is the instrument which is also represented with its playing in Latvian National Intangible Cultural Heritage List. Now, what is interesting that those carved or hollowed Kokles, this hollowing traditionally has been made from the plank of wood, and from the above it is hollowed. But then there are also, there is one example in museum, we see it on lower left side, where we see the hollowing is done from the side, from the longest side of the instrument, which asks for different carving technique. And as far as I know, also the northern region of this type of instrument, in Karelia, for instance, also knows this technique. And there is only a drawing of an instrument which has been donated to Leipzig Music Conservatory, and the father of famous researcher and priest August Bielenstein donated the instrument to Leipzig. And if we look at the drawing, we see that it is hollowed from bottom. So a different way of hollowing, and there is no cover at the bottom, it is open. So those three different types. Then, speaking of traditional Kokles, what else can we say is that and especially if we compare carved or hollowed Kokles with the glued ones, then we see big differences actually. The carved Kokles usually they don't have very many strings. 5 is the smallest number. Then, depending on which part of Latvia, like in western part of Latvia, they can have 7 or 6 or 9 strings. But there are also examples with as many as 21 string. So carved Kokles, but with 21 string. Glued Kokles, they have significantly more strings. If there are single strings, then 17 and up. But if there are double or even triple strings, then up to 90 strings can have this instrument. Now, the arrangement of strings, the carved Kokles, they have fan-shaped arrangement, which is a unique situation in the whole world of zithers. Zithers are globally known, but this instrument, usually strings are parallel, but those carved Kokles, they have fan-shaped slightly. And glued Kokles, they have parallel arrangement of strings, just like all other zithers. Now, the pegs, carved Kokles usually have wooden pegs, but there are also quite many instruments in museums with metal pegs. And glued Kokles, they have only metal pegs in Latvia. Now, the string holder is usually non-existent. The string holder is metal or sometimes, in very few cases, also wooden bar in the narrow end of the instrument. And for glued Kokles, usually those are metal pins which are in the body of the instrument on the back side. Now, the bridge, carved Kokles usually don't have a bridge which connects strings to the resonance board. And in few cases there are bridges, but they usually pertain to builders who worked in the 20th century and perhaps were likely influenced from zithers. Glued Kokles, they usually have a bridge. Now some words about tuning of the instrument. The carved Kokles in Western Latvia, as much as there is documentation, they have a specific characteristics, and this characteristics is one string which is a fourth below the tonic, and which is usually played while strumming the instrument. So a kind of drone, but not exact drone, but well, it is considered to be sounding all the time as Kokles is played. And then diatonic tuning of other strings, depending on how many are. And if the tonality changes, then half-tone adjustment also can be done. Eastern Latvian or Latgalian Kokles, they usually have a diatonic tuning as much as it is documented. And glued Kokles, as a rule, they have diatonic tuning and they have bass strings. So usually 3 or maybe 4 are bass strings, usually supporting the basic harmonies which are used while playing on those instruments. Now, some other characteristics, what we can speak about the playing of traditional Kokles is that it is usually a solo instrument, doesn't ask for ensemble play. And in some cases also it is documented to accompany singing. but this is only verbal description of Kokles being used to accompany singing. Now the basic repertoire, at least what is notated, seems to be dance tunes. We cannot say that it was used to accompany dancing, but actually the biggest part of repertoire is dance tunes. So maybe there is also some relation to dancing, but I will say some words about it a bit later. Now, about playing methods, they are not documented very well. Carved Kokles, they have actually the basic playing type is strumming. Strumming using just one direction, usually towards the player. Especially in Western Latvian tradition. Whereas the Eastern Latvian tradition, the strumming with the right hand can go in both directions, but this is not certain 100% because if you listen to some recordings, then it seems that they might be strumming in both directions. Now, the glued Kokles, they have a different playing technique which involves playing melody, chords and bass, and usually they use plectrum in the right hand. They use a special brass ring on a thumb, with which on the left hand thumb. And also it is possible that playing with fingers of both hands is there. Now, also characterizing the construction of traditional Kokles, I have to say that they are so different. They are, as much as they are in Latvian museums, very non-uniform. And here are some examples to see how different they can be. For instance, we see one double Kokle from Western Latvia, from the Suiti region, which seems to be adjustment with two tunings to be performed so that no time for retuning the instrument will be used. So quite interesting invention. Then I wanted also to show this instrument upper part on the right side. Look how the resonance body is made. Actually, also beneath the wing of this instrument, there is a hollow space resonance body, which means it might be very interesting from acoustical point of view. And bottom of the picture we see the instrument which is made in carved, so it is the carved Kokles, but it has 21 strings, so the biggest number of strings which is perhaps possible for carved instruments. Usually the tension of strings is so big that you don't make this type of Kokles with so many strings. What is important when we speak of traditional heritage of the instrument is that there is also some symbolic contexts of the instrument which go together with music. You cannot separate those instruments from its symbolic content. And just mentioning two or three most important symbolic contexts. First of all, we see that in Latvian folklore texts, Kokles usually are named the golden Kokles. And from the point of view what this golden can mean, then of course you have to consider, well, there is almost no gold findings in Latvia. Archaeologists say this is so very few. But in folklore texts, usually there is a triad: gold, silver, and copper. And from mythological point of view, gold refers to Uranic sphere, to the heavens, to sky, and silver to midworld, and copper to netherworld. So golden Kokles is the instrument of the upper sphere. And also, of course, it means appreciation, that this is the most dear and important instrument as well. Also, golden can have some association with the sun, especially if we consider Western Latvian instruments. They have solar ornamentation, and the sun is also golden, so there also can be some connection. And it is interesting that in many folk song texts, Kokles is played by a raven who sits in an oak tree. And again, raven sitting in an oak tree points towards Uranic sphere, and at the same time, raven is the bird who can foretell the future. So in that context, Kokles is instrument of, let's say, some kind of magical properties. Then there is also a field of, to speak of the phenomenon of metempsychosis in connection to Kokles, which means that, first of all, there is magic technology how to make Kokles. It is documented that when somebody has died, you cut the tree for the instrument. And there are motives in folklore texts telling that the tree which grows on a grave, and from that tree Kokles is made, the instrument is made, and it speaks with the voice of the person who was buried there. So also folklore texts support the idea of metempsychosis. And then we can say that Kokles is a bridge between this world and another world. Of course, it needs maybe a deeper explanation. We don't have time for that, so please accept it as the result of some scientific considerations. And another context is that it is the God's instrument, but this connection is basically revealed in Christian texts. There are Jesuit protocols mentioning that Kokles is from God. The first Latvian translation of Bible mentions Kokles as the instrument to sing praise to God. In Psalms especially, this is the instrument to sing praise to God, and so on. Now, the speculations about the age of the instrument we already heard in our previous presentation. So in Latvian museums, the oldest instrument we see here in the picture is an instrument quite well preserved, but there are no pegs and no strings, but anyway, the body is preserved well, and there is inscription on the body on the bottom 1710. But it is not the time when the Kokles builder made it, it is time when the instrument was found in a village where all people had died in plague, Black Death. And the founder, he inscribed, so we can only... I tried also to ask for archaeologists, those who know how to detect the age of trees, but they couldn't say when it was made. Anyway, historical evidence about Kokles is from the end of the 16th century and beginning of the 17th already. More evidence. Archaeological evidence in Latvia is from the 13th century, but it is not sure that the piece of wood, ornamented wood, that it is certainly Kokles, because it's piece of wood, we don't see where it was attached. Now, speaking of technological considerations, here is American Estonian scholar Ain Haas, who considers the making of strings. And if we think Kokles as instrument with metal strings, then this is the question when people could make metal strings. And in Latvia, this is approximately the 5th century. So no earlier Kokles with metal strings are possible in Latvia. And linguistically, the name itself, if we consider some linguistic study, can be as old as 3,000 years, but we don't know what was, with this name, what object was associated 3,000 years ago. Now, in Latvia, the documented repertoire of Kokles is, I would say, maybe very small amount of tunes, melodies are notated and recorded, very few. So this is maybe the sad part of the story. Now, few words about a process which started actually let's say in between two world wars. In that period, the idea of modernization of Kokles appeared. As a result, some youth groups who tried to play something on the instrument, because the tradition was mostly lost already, they appeared, and there came composers who made special music and arrangements, and also the idea of soprano, alto, tenor and bass instruments also existed at that time, and such a music was made. The tradition was broken. We see in this picture, which is a poster of a song celebration in 1938, but we see Kokles, which look artistically fine, but this is not instrument for playing, because it's the inversed version of a real playing instrument. And already after the Second World War, this modernization was going on quite effectively, and a whole group of soprano, alto, tenor and bass instruments was made, and also not only diatonic but chromatic instruments were made. So in 1960s, 70s, bigger and bigger orchestras were playing with those concert Kokles. And speaking of modernization, here I want to mention a recent finding. And this recent finding is connected to a man whose name is Eduards Krauks. He had been working with modernization of Kokles in 1940s, 50s and so on. And just a few years ago, actually 4 years ago, the collection of his instruments was discovered. We see very different instruments, bigger, smaller, and maybe the most interesting among them is the bass instrument. A huge, well, this is actually already a reconstruction which is made based on his bass Kokles. The modernization in Latvia, it went in different directions. We see here some of examples, like the left side upper part, we see instrument which was made in the factory of musical instruments in 1950s already and some time later. And we see also instrument with halftone switches, and above right side we see instruments which were developed in emigre communities, basically in United States of America, Canada, instruments with 13 strings, with very hard tension of strings, and composers made music for those instruments. Well, and finally we have a revival of Kokles in Latvia starting from late 1970s, where there was a refusal to use modernized Kokles, trying to return to tradition, and it was possible to learn also from traditional players, maybe not many of them, but Jānis Poritis was perhaps the last surviving traditional player, and also you see your presenter learning something from him. At the same time, also Kokles builders appeared, like not only Western Latvian tradition, but Eastern Latvian tradition, like we see the builder from Eastern Latvia here. And the contexts where Kokles are used, they have there are very diverse contexts. We see also being used in very non-traditional situations, in religious rituals, like also in Lutheran Church and Catholic Church as well. And of course, developing of different musical styles, that was a process going on in 1980s, 1990s, and in the 21st century, so different musical styles emerged. New styles. Here is actually one album which, in a way, shows how differently traditional Kokles developed in the 21st century. And actually I have a copy of this album which I want to present to Kantele, Lito and to Sanni. And as we have still some time, maybe just a slight touch of what kind of music is there. I have a couple of examples. Hopefully we can hear. Oh yeah, it's on. And one more example, fusion of Kokles with saxophone. Usually you don't play Kokles together with such instrument. The Black Sea. So on. And to round up, I have to say that this revival has resulted in many people learning those instruments when we shall think about the community who is using the instrument. So here is the community we see on the picture. And also new models of the instrument are made, like this one we see of a maker, Richard Walters, so his own model as he has presented it. And of course, different teaching materials are also prepared. We see the left one, which is for concert Kokles made in 1970s. The middle teaching material is for American-Canadian instruments made in 60s. And here the last one is traditional styles of Latvian Kokles, both in eastern and western part of Latvia. I think you recognize where is it.
Thank you so much, Valdis Muktupāvels. That was very delighting and inspiring to hear your presentation. Now we have time for a couple of questions. There is one already ready. Arja can start and Tsipora will give you the microphone so we can all hear your question also in the YouTube. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Valdis. It was so interesting. As you know, in Finland we have this rough division in hollow kanteles that does the northern model hollowed out from below without the bottom, and the southern model hollowed out from the top with a separate top plate. And Bison wrote that obviously the one that is hollowed out from below is more archaic. What do you think about that?
Yes, I have seen those models followed up from the bottom. Well, in Latvian case, this hollowed from the bottom seems to be more modern. It has more strings, so just the opposite. But thinking of technology, I can agree that the idea to put the resonance board on the hollow perhaps is more fresh. Yeah. But in Latvian case, it's just the opposite.
Thank you. And then Leena Marsio from Heritage Agency. Go ahead.
Same question as what we heard from Arja about where is it taught, where can you study it, and how big of a thing is it in Latvia nowadays? Can you study playing Kokles in musical education centers or university level or even?
Yes, well, first of all, in Latvian Music Academy, there is ethnomusicology department. Usually they invite me to teach traditional Kokles playing. And I have to say that several of my students, they make their own teaching courses. Some of them are simply like non-governmental organizations, summer camps. For instance, Ansis Janssons is making at least 2 camps each year. And in each of those camps there are some 40, 50 members. What else about learning? In some general education schools, it is there are teachers who teach to enthusiasts instruments. Usually those teachers have been in my courses. And now they are also teaching in some schools. Well, this is also a possibility, but there are very few ones where you can learn it.
Thank you. I think we can, at this point, thank you, Valdis Muktupāvels, one more time. And we will move on to our next presentation. And you can put it ready while I'm presenting you. So we have a lovely visitor from Lithuania. We are moving a bit more southern Baltic countries now, and we will have Dr. Lukenskienė from Kaunas City Museum from Lithuania, and she will talk about Kanklės in Lithuania and the ethnographic tradition and its transformations in modern society. And I take the opportunity to remind that there is a chat open also in the YouTube, so you can ask questions and give comments also via that, and we are delivering those to the speakers. So, please go ahead, Laura.
Hello. Thank you for organizing this very important day, very important seminar. And I am going to focus today more about living tradition, living connection, our connection to practical Kanklės play and regional differences and what is going with this nowadays. So, in Lithuania, we have 5 ethnographic regions, and all they very different, with very different sounding traditions, different instruments and styles of performing. And a little bit shortly about everything. So the most archaic music has survived in Aukštaitija, where we have 5-string kanklės, and sutartinės play on this instrument. Sutartinės is already included into UNESCO at 2010, and it is a style of music, polyphonic, multi-part style of music, and also performed on music instruments, vocal and instrumental music, so partly. Little bit touch with Kanklės as well. And in all Aukštaitija, of course, we have 7, 8, and 9, and 12-string Kanklės. And little bit, few sounds of sutartinė. It is individual play. A little bit like meditation, we can. I'll come back. They also on this instrument they play melodies of songs, of chorals, and even dances, but they are not recorded much. Not much of those recordings. And play on 9 and 12 string Kanklės in this region is not recorded, but it's known that it was, just no recordings. And now I go to Žemaitija, where we have bigger instruments from 9 to 12 and even more to 15 and to 20 strings. This region is characteristic that the longest tradition in Lithuania, including instruments, Kanklės instruments to musical groups with another instruments, fiddle, Kanklės, folk bass, play dance music together. They play song melodies using plectrum and sometimes even using finger technique. And not avoiding to make bigger instruments even in 19th century. And here we have sound recording. Kazimieras Masaitis, very old instrument, but already they have a 5-string Kanklės. And in Lithuania we have both carved and glued instruments, and mainly it hangs on technologies available to a special master, a special person who was making instrument, what he could to do at the moment. When it was available gluing, then gluing, and even using nail technique for making Kanklės. And now we go, and later we will see what comes nowadays from all this. And now we go to Suvalkija, where the tradition is has his own characteristics. The first known Lithuanian Kanklės player is Simonas Stankevičius in the left. He was born around 1837, and his picture was published already in 1900, and he's the oldest known player. You see characteristic instruments for Suvalkija, the round shape and around the left side. And another musician from Sasnava, Suvalkija. And our best known Kanklės musician, Pranas Puskunigis. We will listen a few chords. Pranas Puskunigis was very active in the society, and he did a lot of teaching, and first group of Kanklės players was created because of this person's activity. So in the picture you see the oldest Kanklės players group from Skriaudžiai, from Suvalkija. Kanklės, it's called Kanklės, from Skriaudžiai Kanklės players, and it was established in 1906. And this was very new in tradition of Kanklės play, because up to this time, tradition was individual or in music groups with different instruments, like dance music, like fiddle, Kanklės, folk bass, as you have seen previously. And this group still exists now, and we will come to that back later. And the fourth region, Dzūkija, we don't know about old Kanklės tradition in Dzūkija. Was no evidence at all, but in the beginning of 20th century, in this region, they also start to use Kanklės, mainly often learned in school. When in school was taught sometimes to make and to play Kanklės. In the second, third decade of 20th century, it starts already. And they use it in dance music, with fiddle, with another group instruments, not very frequently, but using. And Minor Lithuania, we have reconstructions, not a living tradition, but reconstructions under the literature of Gotthold über die Kanklės und die Volksmelodien der Litauen. And the master from Klaipėda, Antanas Butkus, has made a reconstruction for this instrument. So now about the revival and tendencies, what is going with all this tradition in 20th century. Teacher Pranas Puskunigis from Suvalkija, with his social activities, started to learn to teach Kanklės play in the city, first of all in Kaunas, in Veiveriai, in Marijampolė, and a big popularity comes bigger and bigger. Here in the pictures you see pupils of Kaunas Secondary School, and in another picture, and the first group of Kanklės players in Kaunas. And in this picture you can see first Kanklės bass instrument made in around 1916. So the instrument has a revival starting from the second decade of the 20th century. And the instrument becomes popular in Aukštaitija region, where sutartinės and old-shaped Kanklės was already getting to not well known. And in Aukštaitija, this picture, you see bigger instruments constructed under the shape of Suvalkian instruments. And in Kaunas, in 1925, established Kanklės community. You see a lot of different instruments in this picture, and even instruments created under the sketch of our painter Antanas Žmuidzinavičius. Where is my mouse? And some instruments that developed under the shape of Suvalkian instruments. And 1990s in Kaunas, we have a big connection with skriaudžiai in Kanklės players. You see son of Pranas Puskunigis, Leonas Puskunigis, and Juozas Telešius, individual player from Dzūkija. And the tradition is still vivid and still well known for Kanklės players and musicians in the middle Lithuania. And I want to make one small lyric moment why I never talk about Kanklės connection to another worlds, you know. So Juozas Telešius was my teacher. I learned his technique and I learned his play on Kanklės. And he never say about Kanklės connections to another worlds. He never say that someone made Kanklės because of someone was dead in the family. But later I got to know he was very talented musician, played on fiddle, on accordion, clarinet, organ, and dulcimer, and many other instruments. And Kanklės started to be his favorite instrument after death of his sister, in very young age, and very sad story. And after that, he started to make Kanklės to play and to teach and to play a lot of at home. So it was very real story how instrument becomes like a mediator between this and another world. So, and the 9th decade of 20th century, we had very popular instruments from Aukštaitija. The instrument started in Suvalkija, and then the model developed in Aukštaitija. It was known in all the Lithuania and played by amateurs and professional players. When we want to represent Lithuanian Kanklės, folk Kanklės, we had this Aukštaitijan model made by masters Stasys Rudis, Juozas Lašas, and this is folk group Tututis, performs around 1988 or maybe a year earlier. And the formation of concert instrument started in 1930, in the 4th decade of 20th century, and first levers constructed in 1933. And you see concert instrument in the right, the same instrument is a little bit improved, is used now, with chromatic instrument. And play on professional Kanklės is taught in music schools and Lithuanian Academy of Music and Theatre. It is used in all genres of music widely, and Kanklės concert is included into the program of Lithuanian song festivals. So this is a moment from this year Lithuanian Song Festival, where all kinds of Kanklės, both professional and both traditional, of all the regions were represented. And now Kanklės is not only like music instrument, but it is very important like a symbol in Lithuania. And this instrument was kept at home like a symbol to have Kanklės at home. It was sometimes for some people was very important, and intelligent people in the beginning of 20th century, painters, artists, poets, many of them had Kanklės as a symbol at home. It was painted in the pictures, mentioned in poetry, used in many ways, used like a symbol. This is the badge of the second song festival from 1928. And the sculpture of Kanklės player stands in Kaunas. Kaunas has 2 sculptures of Kanklės players. And here you see this emblem of town Krekenava. In 2006, they start to use Kanklės as their emblem. And what is going nowadays? Ethnographic traditions are very important nowadays in Lithuania. And every one region keeps his own traditions mainly. Now you see the group from Suvalkija, Skriaudžiai Kanklės players, and the group is already more or less 100 years old. Let's listen how they play. In Skriaudžiai and in Suvalkija, many families has Kanklės at home, and we see now Kanklės players from Marijampolė and small Kanklės players for Skriaudžiai. Annually they have their camps teaching. Even some teachers make activities to teach at primary schools, and then in the primary school, every class is taught, 1 year is taught Kanklės play on Kanklės. And in Aukštaitija, of course, individually is kept the tradition to playing sutartinės on 5-string Kanklės, but playing on bigger 12, 9-string Kanklės, and even those double-string Kanklės, late model of Aukštaitija is very popular. And now I want to mention the son of Master Stasys Rudis. Kęstutis Rudis keeps his family tradition with his sons. In Žemaitija, also the tradition of Žemaitijan model is used, and the tradition of Žemaitija Kanklės play is preserved. And in Dzūkija, they also make camps time to time. They gather people who want to learn play on Kanklės. In Minor Lithuania, we have tradition of instrumental, of music making, and included to Lithuanian list of Lithuanian list of intangible heritage. And Kanklės is also in this style of music. And in 21st century, well, I want to mention about our festival Kanklės in my hands, but many festivals happens in Lithuania since 1973. The oldest festival Skamba Kankliai, and then Tatarė Lamzdžiai started in 1984 in Kaunas. And many other festivals in other cities will include Kanklės music, concerts for Kanklės music as well. In Kaunas, is very popular teaching after in schools, in primary school, teaching after main lessons. And Kanklės, both concert Kanklės, both small Kanklės, are used in all genres of music, from professional to pop music. Here you see our famous group Atalia. And nowadays we see a very big interest in the amateur play of Kanklės. It goes deeper to personal level, and people try to have instrument at home, like a cymbal, for his amateur play. So we can hear some chords. How to make? To play some chords. This is from... Doesn't matter. And amateur teaching camps happens every year, annually organized by Agotas Danavičiūtė. So it becomes very popular. And the last thing, the mastery of Kanklės play. We have more than 10 working masters now in Lithuania. And some interesting moments about mastery, that you can buy instrument, of course, but also it is popular and available in Lithuania to arrange, to make during the camp, or to arrange a time with a master and making your instruments together, leading by a master. So you have a self-made instrument. And Master Albertas Martinaitis makes practice to make Kanklės for memory of a gun person. So it's tradition, yes, thank you. And my short conclusion, so we have in Lithuania a very vivid tradition of Kanklės. The instrument used for meditation, self-entertainment, and of course traditionally used in group play, both in instrumental groups and both in Kanklės, similar instrument groups. Kanklės still is like a community builder in festivals, in family events. And what is very important, it is a symbol of national culture. And that's well history. So thank you. And questions?
Thank you very much, Laura. That was such a great knowledge package for the situation in Lithuania. And now it's time for questions. Is there any from the audience or by the chat? If not, I will ask one question myself. Oh, Matti first. Please go ahead. We have Matti Hakamäki from Folk Music Institute there.
Thank you so much, Laura. It was a great presentation and very important things. Just actually two questions. One, do you have a Kantele association in Lithuania, and is it active? And then the other one, what was the situation with the nationalist Kantele? Did you mention something? Just
yes.
to make it clear. Yeah.
So we have Kanklės association, but it started in 1925, like I mentioned, but now it joins more professional players. And we have small communities about traditional Kanklės. And second question, now we are working on the Lithuanian intangible list, and maybe this year, maybe next year, it should be done.
Okay, and then I have a question about the playing, building the instruments. Because here in Finland, we need to have a discussion about that how the tradition of building instruments will be transformed, passed on. And because we don't have the heritage if we don't have anything to play with. So do you see what is the situation in Lithuania? Is it going strongly to the next generation, also the craftsmanship of Kantele or Kanklės building?
Yes, it is because we have
Can you actually, sorry, talk to that mic?
Yes, the Kanklės making tradition is going through generations because we had, especially in Skriaudžiais, this strong tradition for Kanklės making.
Good to hear that. Okay. Yes, so thank you, Laura, very much once again. And now, last but not least, presentation will be made by Leanne Barbo from Estonia, and she will talk about the kannel in Estonia, and the title is kannel types and playing techniques, situation in present days. And after Leanne's presentation, we will have a short coffee break, and then we will continue with the panel discussion with all of our guests who are here, international ones. Okay. Yeah. This is also a good time to remind everyone that Kantele Day is celebrated also widely elsewhere in Finland, and there are some nice activities going on in Joensuu, and then there is some in even Kemi and Ivalo, and maybe even different places all around Finland and all around the world even. So yeah, you can go and check out Kantele Association social media, Facebook and Instagram. So there is more content about the celebration of Kantele Day. And here in the Kanneltalo, we have also some Kantele yoga and then open Kantele workshops that are like you can just walk in and start to play Kantele. And those are organized together with Adult Education Center here in Helsinki. So we are really happy to have that. Okay, just a small. All right. And then I will also remind you that after this seminar, we will have a cocktail and concert event, and we will hear also our international guests in action, in playing. So please stay also for that, and there is a wonderful opportunity to also chat with everyone. And I think one important goal in this meeting is also to tighten up our international Kantele community. So take some time for also that. That is very important. And then in that same event, we will also share some Kantele Association nominations that we share annually here in Finland. And we do it every Kantele Day from now on. So we will share Kultakantele, which is like a lifelong career type of award, and then also there will be award for the Kantele publication of the year. So it's the year 2024. So a lot of nice program to look forward to. But now I think we are ready. Yes. Please, Leanne, Barbo, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Aitäh, atju. Paldies, kiitos. First, I will send, I just brought materials, 3 of them with me, so I will send them and then I will speak about them a little bit in my presentation. But just for now, for you to know, this is the first handbook, not a book, a little, what is it? How to play kannel. In 1990 it was given out. And these are 2 last ones. This is for 10-string kannel. And this is for a 6-string beginner's thing. So these are like the latest, and this is the first one, and there are several in between, but this was interesting to see. I will just give them.
Thank you so much.
Just to look at in my presentation time. And I will show mostly pictures, and there are very little texts in my presentation. And my text now I photographed from my computer to here. I hope I can read it all, because maybe I don't remember everything, or I will be too slow. Yes. So actually, I benefit from previous presentations because the kannel situation in Latvia and partly in Lithuania is very similar to Estonia. But first thing that already you know from Valdis' presentation, it doesn't have the third, but the third is coming. So it's also like the archaic kannels are 2 types that we think that we have in Estonia. So the first one is the classical form, and the other one is seto, which, like we learned today, is also from the 2013 is waiting in the UNESCO list, the playing of the seto kantele. But as you will know from my presentation as well, that the seto kantele playing nowadays is not very vivid or not very big thing. So I hope it will grow and go into UNESCO as well. So that is then wing, which is the same word as sparns in Latvian, and in seto they call it helyhand, and in Estonian we call it laba, which is like a flat thing, which is the elongated form of the kannel. Now I will just show you the classical and the seto versions of kannel and talk a little bit about them. So, of course, it is the area stretches in the east side of Baltic Sea, and as we know, then Western Russia has also the type of eastern type of kannel and playing style. But in Estonian museums, we have kannels from 6 to 12 strings. This is the 12-string one. And 6 strings, it's 1 string more than our neighbors. And this is probably, and we have 2 documents of the tonality of kannels, which say that the 5 strings are the melodic strings and the 6th is the drone. So in Estonia, we think that drone has been very popular. It affected also kannel playing. These pictures are all from Estonian National Museum. Not only from the museum's portal muis.ee, which I'm very gratefully borrowing. They have documented. Most of them are from Estonian National Museum, but also Tallinn Instrument Museum. You should remember, this model has been a part of revival, the kannel revival. So this is the 6-string model that later became very important. It's from Saaremaa. After archaic, now I will show the seto, but I will continue already speaking about a newer type of kannel, which also is the landscape is mostly the same as it is in Latvia, actually. But we have to say that the newer type of kannel, like in Latvia, yes, it's still a living tradition. We have this, what Valdis said, saurspēlējama kokle, which is played with a metal ring, but also other types of there are so various types of newer kannel that the players still played until nowadays and still play. And this playing actually is reducing nowadays in modern days. I have been taught by one old player, but he is now gone, and there are several now existing, but not many people are growing into this newer type of tradition. Oh, yes, this technical thing. I will speak about. Let's go to the newer kannel first. Yes, because I will tell about newer kannel. Yes. Yeah. So there are many people whose grandparents have played these instruments, but even more of those who have abandoned them, and there are now in many attics and garages that these instruments are be found, and nobody's playing them, and nobody's knowing what to do with them. So it is a living tradition that is disappearing at the moment, which is very interesting. We should try to save it very quickly. And there are also attempts to map this tradition, and a working group of mapping these kannels. Yes, I will talk a little later about it as well. So after this, I will show these newer type of kannels until the end, and then I will go back to the, probably many of you already understood that these black and white pictures came from Armas Otto Väisänen. And we are also immensely grateful to Armas Otto Väisänen, who came to Estonia several times, 6 times, in between 12 and 23 years. And he phonographed and photographed some of the kannel players in Setomaa. As you can see, there is first this builder, and the second one is with the wing. These players continue here. So we have not so many recordings, but we have Armas Otto Väisänen recordings, which is a big thing for our history. Not only kannel, but also other recordings what he made. But we have far less than Latvians, and we are still very happy that we have them. And we are a bit envious to Latvians that they have much more. And also from newer years, we have the last recordings in Estonia of the older kannel type were probably made in 1937. And this was a player called Jaan Rand, and there were 4 pieces of him recorded on shellac plates. So at this time when they went to the radio, their similar action was going on in Latvia. as well. The first really good quality older recordings that we have, older documents of music. So now I am in the playing styles slide, and I hope that when I push into these buttons, then something will sound. And the first one is actually the Kaarel Koppel, is a later recording from no, not later, but it's also 30s. It's 1930, but it's in a wax roll. And we actually don't know nothing about the instruments that they were using while playing Kaarel Koppel and Jaan Rand. These are the Western type, the playing styles, the Western type of kannel players. And the Kaarel Koppel is actually South Estonia, but it's because it's not Seto, because it's in really deep corner of Estonia, and they have their own culture and old world, and sometimes it's strange to say that it's Estonia, but we do it anyway sometimes, like Finnish with Karelians. Yes, and Kaarel Koppel is you can hear 6 different strings that are, you can hear them, but it's hard to hear because it's 6 string, it's a wax roll, phonograph roll, and this has been somebody else than Arno Soto-Väisänen, Karl Leichter, a componist that also collected folklore. Let's see if we can hear something. No, we can't because I have no internet. I will put the internet here. Yes, it was supposed to be in the other computer. I have also a new phone, so let's see. Or maybe there is another internet here that I can use. Maybe it's not this. Let's see if we can find that. Yes. Yes.
International speakers have given to us. There is some material from all of the countries, Estonia and Lithuania and Latvia. So
yeah.
Take a look.
Let's see. Yes. Maybe. Let's see. Still thinking. Right. The playing techniques. Come on. It would be so easy with technique. Always. No, not that one. Now it started from the beginning, is it? No, this is another one. Wow. Okay, I got back from it. Yeah.
Try to put it.
Well, okay. Let's try to put another internet.
Send these slides later on to the YouTube channel, for example, as
yes, you don't see the slides
Google
in YouTube.
Folder
Right.
or something, so everyone can take a look also after the seminar. If we have some technical problems right now.
Let's try that.
But also maybe
well, I can continue with the playing styles. Yeah. So the playing styles also I can refer to Valdis Muktupāvels that told about strumming. And in Finland also we have strumming. You have strumming, but also plucking. But in Estonian, all the recordings we have only strumming. In Western style, there are, we know that they also pull towards themselves, but they used some wooden plucks or leather or even bone things to play, but also fingers. And I have here technically described how this strumming has worked, that you damp some strings. And this Seto style is sort of similar because you damp also strings leaving one free and damping one, leaving one free, damping one. But the fingers go in between the strings. And playing looks and feels very different, although it should be a little bit similar. But then in this later style, in Seto style or also Russian style, you don't pluck with the left-hand strings, but everything that sounds is plucked by right-hand strings, except that this fourth finger can sometimes pluck the drone. And this technique is better known because of the Russian videos that were recorded in Pskov and Novgorod oblasts. There was Anatoly Mehnetsov, who was filming old kannel players, gusli players. And we can just know that this style was similar. And in Seto villages in Russia and near Russia, they played all the styles, actually. They played Estonian styles, and they played Russian style, and they played Seto style. I also put here links of this Seto style of playing, which are also from this Vaxrolls, Väisänen recordings. But let's try again with this first recording. Maybe nothing works today. Amazing, nothing works. All right. That's okay. Maybe they start to play while I talk, but right. So also I have written here that there are two different recordings of Seto playing. Then one is more like using two chords, because it's imitating the church bells, and the second one is very melodic. They play strings one by one, and it's like do-do-do-do-do-do, so very melodic, so they can do both. But the playing style was mostly melodic, because of course, like also Valdis told, that and we know as well, the functional harmonies and harmonic thinking came only in 19th century. And before that, they didn't use chords as chords we think about nowadays. But kannel was a melody-playing instrument. So even when you hear chords, then the chords are picked based on melody line. So they don't make sense in nowadays harmonic world sometimes, which was actually the Jan Rand example I wanted to play to you. But I think I will play it in the cafe, the tune from Jan Rand, which defies functional harmony and changes chords after the melody. So I will warn you that this will be this. Yes, and the Russian videos I will not show you, but they are in YouTube actually. And there is this Dmitry Paramonov, who was making this masterstvo Guslenova master, I don't remember now, but he is putting a lot of these old videos and also new videos. And if somebody is interested in this Seto and Russian technique of playing, then I recommend to check this out. It's very nice to learn and to learn about it. Now, newer type of kannel we also already went through. We don't also have many researchers of kannel or instrumental music in Estonia at all. So we have some things that have been researched. For example, the Seto older recordings that Armas Otto Väisänen has made they have a research done in 2005 by Kati Soon, Katrin Valk, who typologized this musical thinking, of this type of playing. We have also these researches about the newer Estonian kannel, and both of them are made by Gulcahon Yusufi, an Armenian researcher in Estonia. Is she Armenian? I think she is. No. We don't remember. Yes. And this is 100 Estonian, 100 Eesti rahvakandle mängijad, 100 Estonian folk kannel players in 2018, and also some articles here and there by Igor Tõnurist, who has been our great ethnomusicologist in instrumental music, and Herbert Tampere. Well, and I have to mention about the playing styles as well, that the playing style of a newer type of kannel, it was different most of the cases because it used functional harmony, it used the same like accordion, the right hand was playing melody and the left hand was accompanying. But in many cases also the older playing technique of covering part of the strings and strumming on top of them, it's actually still played nowadays in just with the bigger type of kannel. So this is Jaan Rand, whom I mentioned. Some pictures of the great musicians. Kanklės, we have a book about them as well by Kulchahon Yusufi. And now I go to newer kannel back. I have also described how this newer kannel has been made, because the old one has carved and the newer one is made of boards and glued together, but that already we know. Yes, but there is one interesting feature about this newer kannel, which has been a question of my teacher Tuulekann many years, that in Estonia and also in Latvia, the zither has influenced the kannel so much that also the zither has become as a new instrument here. So that not only that the strings are parallel and it is built differently, but it also changed the side of the tuning pegs from the under the left hand to under the right hand. So in these zithers have like, it's a zither form, so sometimes we can question if it is a kannel at all, because it is a zither indeed. But now we call them kannel, and we also consider them kannel. And also in modernized kannel or Kokles or Kanklės, actually Lithuania and Finland and Latvia, they have preserved the archaic setting, but in Estonia, the chromatic one, we have the zither setting. So it's an interesting question just to think about. Yes, and the zithers that arrived from Germany, we saw some of also on the screen. They sometimes had keyboards and sometimes not. Sometimes they were chromatic and sometimes not. And if they were chromatic and they were used in villages, then the village players picked out the chromatic strings to make it easily playable, because when you have chromatic strings in one level, it's very hard to play well. Yes. The working group of newer kannels summoned in 2012, but now the activity has slowed down. And I also have to say about these newer kannels, like I told about the attics and garages, that this, what has happened with the newer kannels has cut somehow the history, because we don't know about the kannels, where they were from or who played them or how were they even tuned. Sometimes they even have no strings, because they are not in very various states of playability, let's say, or sometimes less, sometimes more broken. And because this is the time of their disappearance, actually, then I can, for example, find them with cheap money in auction sites. And my house is full of abandoned kannels that I don't know nothing about, because the sellers don't know nothing about them. So they say that, I don't know, I got it from somewhere. And this is very hard to research them, because you really don't know anything. And this is also part of why this newer kannel research group is not very successful, but we try our best. Yes. So kannel revival, I have still some minutes. Yes. Kannel revival started in 90, actually in 89. And it started, surprisingly maybe for those who don't know, with the decision of Piano Factory to start to produce small kannels And I showed you this, okay, the musicians. Yeah. Okay, yes. Well, and there were, yes. Anyway, I asked you to remember this model of Saaremaa kannel. That was base of the piano factory constructed 6-string kannel. I will show this in a moment. The modern kannel players and makers mostly, but players as well. And the piano factory had it was only based on people, and Sirje Voitka was the person that thought that we should start to make these archaic kannels. So they made them from 89 until 97. And I don't have now the picture of this. Maybe I can, if I finish the presentation, then I search fast in my computer the image of this piano factory kannel. And this made somehow people start to play again. And when you bought this kannel from piano factory, you got this booklet that I showed you, this old from 90. And if you have it, and you can see actually. Here you can also have a check of the 6-string kannel that was what was sold back then. Here it is. Yes, it costed 99 rubles. And then you got this book with it, and it's surprisingly as well, because it was still the time of rubles in Estonian and in English. And the kannel revival started off with a big research on how to play it, because nobody knew how to play. And actually all these drawings and everything, they were inspired by Finland and by Lithuania mostly. And this is this Finnish 5-string Kantele based on this, and just put into Estonian kannel. But not only this book offers several versions how to use this instrument, and several fingerings here, and also the strumming technique. 3 chords, the functional harmonic 3 chords, how to accompany something else. So this was how the revival started, with this knowledge. And when Tuule Kann came back from Lithuania from study, then the strumming became more important in Estonia as well. Yes. And now I will show you these modern kannel makers, actually the modern kannels mostly. Rait Pihlap is one of them who started, yes, the sentence goes that in 97 the piano factory closed down. It was privatized, the factory, and they stopped making kannels. They were also making the newer type of kannels. And there are still nowadays people play and sell them around. But after that, the archaic kannels started to emerge from new makers. So Rait Pihlap was one of the first, and this is one of his first models, but now come the later models. And this is it's also like, you can see that they have seen Finnish instruments. So it's half-winged or something. And this is the Seto type. And here are the classical type. But he has his own distinguished, this bird head design. And he also makes new chromatic ones, so he's the only one, I think, in Estonia nowadays who makes good chromatic instruments. Yes. Also then one of the first makers in 90s was Raivo Sildaja. I didn't find very good pictures of his kannels, but here are some. Here, that was just the first that he ever built. So it was also based partly, the first instruments were always based partly on a piano factory, and partly you can see the old model of Saaremaa kannel again. Yes, that's Raivo Sildaja and Marta Hardam from Saaremaa. And Indrek Roosi from now back in Tallinn. And Mihkel Soon, my favorite. Yes. Also, there are some not so well made kannels around in Estonia. There are very many, but I have the most popular example of this. So they build more like furniture constructors that build instruments, and they are cheaper, but sometimes they lack the quality of a musical instrument. So tuulekann has been a very big part of this archaic kannel revival. And she celebrated 60 years in 5th of September this year. And this is in red, it's very famous musician nowadays in Estonia, Juhan Uppin. And this is how they played in 90s. Yes, and now for the final words, I have to say that these kannels, I ordered one from Mihkelson and the other from Rait Pihlap, the first one with the blue kannels. And I especially asked them to make them with wooden pegs. And I think it's important to preserve the wooden peg in this world as well, because in Estonia, I'm almost the only one who is playing with wooden pegs, and my students and some of my friends. And I think it should be more variety of this kannel area, because the sound is different. And it's not so hard after all. Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Leanne. That was just wonderful to hear about the kannel in Estonia. So now it's time for very quick questions. If we have some Arja there, please be first. And after these questions, we will have a coffee break for half an hour, and it's served just right in front of the auditorium. So after these questions, you can go there. But please, Arja, go ahead.
Thanks. This is very interesting question about the plucking technique in Estonia. You said that you don't have any information about that.
You don't have sound recordings of it, and also the mentioning is not existent, I think.
In 1877, Axel August Borenius traveled also. When he traveled through Karelia, he also visited Estonia, and in the archives of the Finnish Literature Society, in his travel books, he mentions two persons with short mentions of plucking technique in Estonia.
Ooh.
Yeah, but cool. They are very short. But it's an interesting notation of his. And yeah, well, anyway, I think that. This is one of the interesting and important questions we should look more closely.
Yes, indeed.
Yes. And the six-string kannel you mentioned, we have one in Sibelius Museum from the 90s, in original box with that leaflet.
Yes, I didn't see it.
In Sibelius Museum in Turku.
Yeah, very nice. They also made the first piano factor made with wooden pegs, and then they switched to metal pegs. Nowadays in Estonia, I haven't seen wooden pegged kannel usually. Yes. Music Academy also, I know one is in the cupboard.
Here we see the heritage in action. So is there any other questions for now? Okay, so if not, we will thank you, Leanne, once more a lot, and thank you for every other speakers we had in this afternoon session. And now it's a half an hour break, and please come back for the final session of today, which is the panel discussion. Enjoy the break. See you soon. To the Kantele Day Seminar 2024, and now we have the last session of the seminar starting, and it will be a panel discussion with the title of Safeguarding Kantele as an Intangible Cultural Heritage and what would be the next steps. And the moderator of the discussion is Matti Hakamäki, so I will give the floor for him.
Okay, so welcome all the panelists to the discussion. I think we have had a very interesting day, and we have heard great presentations, and so it's a very good time to start the actual discussion about the UNESCO listings and the process, what should be done in the future. But maybe I will do so. I think everybody knows, so we don't do the presentation round. We have already presented ourselves, and everybody knows Sanni, so you have also presented yourself. But I think we could go just like a first round, so that something that has come to your mind or you have learned during this day already about the possible UNESCO process, or maybe the Kantele heritage, something that you have learned from today. Please.
Hello, yes. I have been a part of UNESCO process a little bit of this autumn mummering traditions in Estonia. So and had some presentations about. So I knew part of it before as well, but it's a complicated and wide topic. So it's always something else that you learn, even when you heard it before. You don't remember it. So it's a good thing to hear it several times, because then you can feel it better what it is, and then get more acquainted and more familiar to this topic. So I hope that helps with the process as well in people's heads, that they know what they do, and this was very beneficial in that sense.
Thank you. And Valdis?
Yes, well, I want to say first of all that I've been participating in the national selection process for those intangible cultural heritage items, both as expert and reviewer and so on. And I have seen how the suggestion for UNESCO to include the nationwide choral singing tradition of all Baltic countries has been prepared, and how it went through. So some ideas there are. Well, and what I have seen from today's presentations, well, first of all, we are on the same, let's say, maybe not the page, but we are talking about similar things. There are, of course, local differences, but still we have one subject, which makes it potentially a very good thing to apply for the UNESCO list. Another thing is that there are quite clearly things which we have to elaborate. First of all, we already started discussion with Sanni that we need to understand clearly what is the community of which has this intangible cultural heritage item. And this will not be, let's say, a regional community or some kind of, let's say, professionally defined, but more like a network, which is, again, possible, a possibility, and especially in modern situation, we can speak about that. Then what I have seen is we have, of course, profound history of that instrument of Kokles. But as we learned today from Matti, from your presentation, that history alone doesn't count at all. Of course, there should be also present situation and future. Now, we have traced already some present developments in all our regions, and future development, this perhaps has to be paid attention to how it will go on. What will be the education, particularly in this field, because educational thing is not formalized, it is not institutionalized mostly, with some exceptions. Well, maybe this is shortly what I learned from today.
Thank you. Laura?
I have a few experience. I'm in this area of work, and here is many things new for me, but it's very nice to know that we have a lot of common features with all our nations, and community is also the main thing to talk about. I think because Kanklės, kannel, Kantele play is so deep individual, and it goes deeply from the heart. In Lithuania it goes really from the heart, and we don't even think about that and about community, so it is like this, and we have very similar process, so it will be common and we will solve. And we have many things to discuss.
Yes.
Thank you.
Maybe can I supplement a little bit Laura's saying? What you said about instrument, it goes from the heart. I would say that this is perhaps one of positive aspects what we can develop, because the difference of Kantele, kannel, Kokles, Kanklės from other instruments is that it is so intimate that it is suitable to play music for the player himself or herself, which in a way puts it a little bit different than other instruments, and this can be used as well as one of arguments that it has something very specific, locally developed and important for modern people. Yes.
Yes.
And Sanni?
Yes, I have also many thoughts appearing already now also about the communities that you mentioned, that also in nowadays if we are talking about living heritage, for example, festivals and camps and like a basic education music school system that we have here in Finland, those are the Kantele communities that come to my mind, that it is, and I agree that it's very individual instrument, but if we are talking about and trying to find what are the communities in the living heritage, I mean like what is happening right now, we all mentioned some camps and festivals and so on, so maybe those are the communities, and at least here in Finland I feel it very strongly that there is also the community aspect of Kantele, and for example in the music schools where Kantele is taught like very widely, luckily here in Finland, usually we Kantele players, we play just with amongst each other. We, for example, in folk music department, I don't know that much about the classical music side, but we always play together, so we had that community. So at least for me, Kantele has been also at the same time very like personal, but then also always had the background and the sense of community behind that. So that is very interesting. I think it is the strength that we have these both sides of this thing, and I totally agree. And what you said, that what is the community, I started to think that you very easily think that the community is the country, but no, it's the whole area and not about the countries. And I hope even we are now gathered with these people here now, but hopefully we will get some people from Poland and Ukrainian and who knows from where, so it goes wider all the time, and then it will be very interesting first to work maybe more nationally, what we need to do, and then come back all together and see what are the similarities and what are the differences, and it's I think it's just interesting part of the heritage that there are a lot of similarities. I see those, for example, teaching at school and being a symbol and playing techniques even and building techniques and so on, but then there are a lot of different like differences that is part of the heritage, I think, and that is also it's a challenge for us to form, to put this all together in a like very UNESCO way form that Leena mentioned, but I think it will be very interesting work. Yeah.
Sanni, what you mentioned about this international community and regional, so this is not really only national instrument. In each country, especially if we look at revival process, so Estonian process was influenced by Finnish developed school. The Kokles, Kanklės building was influenced by the last surviving traditional Kokles maker in Latvia, to whom Lithuanian people were coming and learning from him how to make the instruments. And similarly. And also, we see a Japanese group of players. But at the same time, we have perhaps experience of teaching this instrument also to international audiences. And there are in Germany, Switzerland, Sweden, Norway.
That is important.
It's international.
For sure.
I would like to correct you a little bit, because Lithuanian, we have masters working through 20th century, and we have our living tradition.
But the carved one instruments.
Yes, in Suvalkija, Kajatonas Naudžius was still making carved instruments.
Well, at least Vilnius people told me that they were coming to...
Yes, but in Kaunas we also were living with this lived tradition of skriaudžiais and...
It's very good. We already got to the topic of the first question. I think the communities, we have talked about the communities for the whole day actually, and I think we will do it the whole panel. And kind of the idea was to reflect on what are the communities, the families, festivals in each of our countries. That will be kind of the main tool question, or like a question that we use as a tool in the whole process. If it's 10 years, we will be still, after 10 years, asking who are the communities and kind of trying to really reflect on it. Because this is kind of with the UNESCO ICH mechanism, that's kind of the very foundation, the identification and the recognition. And through the communities that will be done. And then everything, like for example in the convention and in the UNESCO work, when you have a problem, it's always explained so that no, you have to go to the community and ask them, and everything is kind of pushed to the communities. And then when you finally ask UNESCO or this convention, okay, define community, then they run away and they kind of say it's more than one person. That's only thing. That they share something, but only one person. They don't want to define it at all. So that will be kind of a good thing and a bad thing. But that's, I think that's kind of the exercise that we have to do along the road all the time in all of the countries and have these kind of discussions. So I think it's a very good thing that we already came here. So I think maybe I will continue with the kind of if you can name 3 or 5 communities from your country that you think that would be appropriate to write down when you do the application, or what kind of are these obvious, or do we still kind of hesitate on it?
Yeah, I think some of them are more obvious, and some maybe. Well, I think the communities are based are gathered around people, of course, but the first communities, they were gathered around the instrument makers that started in the 90s. So, for example, Rait Pihlap, and they have with his wife, they are making a camp, a folk music camp that Eva is teaching, for example. And this is one of the communities, I think, this that is around this family and this camp and instrument workshop. And similarly in Tallinn, Indrek Roosi started to make kannels, and then with Tuule Kann, they gathered people around them. So I joined later, for example, but it's called kannelkond. So it's halfway band, halfway just people who gathered with similar interests, or just good company actually to eat cookies maybe and play a little bit. And also bands as that, for example, Liuli is North Estonian. They are quite basic players, but they gather every weekly. They gather and play together. So yeah, I think there might be more than that, but these could be 3 for now.
Well, thinking in the way how Leanne presented, I am thinking that in Latvia also it was similarly that around Kokles builders, the first communities were emerging. Maaris Janssons maybe was one of quite effectively working and gathering around and making also those make yourself, your Kokle workshops and so on. But nowadays, I think most of communities are gathering around Kokles teachers. So I mentioned already in my presentation Ansis Janssons, who is very effectively doing things. Laima Jansson is another one, Lauma Matule, another one, and they are emerging actually, and each of them has their own connections and their own community around, so it's quite interesting. And the makers of Kokles, well, maybe this is not really a community, but somehow they communicate among themselves. They've been cooperating in some things, and I would say we can take them into account. I wouldn't say that, but there is less than 10, but still those who are quite productive, I would say 5, 6 of them. So, thank you. Laura?
In Lithuania, I would notice, first of all, local communities of local tradition keepers, and maybe not about masters, but and in towns, city communities of Kanklės players who gather, like Valdis said, around the teachers. We have also annual players camps held by Agotas Danavičiūtė, 5 years already. Me, myself, I have also done several camps, but finally what came out for me from those camps, that playing music needs a lot of everyday life, everyday work, and gathering once a year is not so good as playing time a week, and many people learn individually. So I started do not see the need for annual camps to organize by myself, because it is everyday individual life work if you want to make some result. So, but local communities and the folklore groups in the city, they always have small communities of this instrument around them.
Yeah, yes. And I would say for Finland, very obvious one is, of course, Kantele Association. That has been already like 40 years, almost going on strongly, founded by Ismo Sopanen in the 70s. And of course, Finland is a country for associations. So we have a lot of associations also, like locally, there are some even like associations for Kantele areas, so they are kind of under Kantele Association. So I would say those are very obvious places to go and visit and do the field work when the time comes for that. And I agree with you that the pedagogical aspect is very important also in the terms of community, because then we also have Kanto, which is the Association for Kantele Teachers here in Finland. And for that, I would also continue and link it to the professional community, because here in Finland, Kantele professionals communicate very actively, which I'm very happy about. And for example, Sibelius Academy is one aspect on it, because we gather there and it's all about the instrument, not about the genre that much, even that we are working together. And I'm happy about that in the Kantele Association we have representatives from different genres. And then I would also list researchers. I would say it's not very organized maybe, but we have some Kantele seminars. For example, Saarjärvi Kantele seminar has been organized, and then the builders, not that much they are more individual like companies, but they also communicate together, some of those. So, and they are like trying to pass the heritage on also. So I would say it's interesting in the Kantele heritage that there are so different kind of like profession groups. Even there are the pedagogical ones, and then the artistic ones, and then also one very important community, or how to say event or community, is the international Kantele competition that we organize. So that is something that we actually all have in common. Of course, that is related to the artistic work because of the professional series, but then also to the amateur work. So we don't like put that much like they are not that far from each other. That every player is like equal, and we try to make it the competition that way. That it's of course like artistically high level, but then it's also very inclusive. So yeah, that's also something that we can keep in mind.
Thank you. Yeah, this is very, very good progress. I think this is kind of one of the basic topics, the community, and we are already this far. I think this is very, very good news for us all. Maybe just for the Kantele competition, we would next talk about the safeguarding method. So what kind of safeguarding things? I would maybe more with the competition talk about like a way to safeguard or experience.
Yes.
But of course, you can never kind of draw the line, the final line anywhere, but we will continue with that. I said that there's no definition for community, but actually I came up with two. I think that the UNESCO also agrees with. It is that it's like a group of people. They don't have to meet every year, but they somehow identify as like builders, even though they never meet. If they are kind of read each other's books or somehow do the communication like this. This is we can say it's a community. So there are many different ways to understand it. But the two kind of definitions to understand is the people in the group have to be people and alive. And then another one is that the nomination is from the country. So they have to live inside the country borders. And in Kantele case, for example, we could say that the Japanese, the great things what we heard today, we could say that they are part of the community. But with the UNESCO kind of idea, then the Japan state party should be involved in the nomination.
Yes.
And then that will be a little bit different process. Of course, they can be mentioned and they can be, but really, then kind of the idea is that the UNESCO ICH convention, it maps the communities of ICH inside one country. And then because the official partner of the convention is the state, then it kind of, that's the way we go. It's just like a background thing good to remember.
It's good.
Please.
And perhaps this, what is outside, let's say the Baltic region, this is dissemination. Which is also important.
For example, yes. Yeah. And then, but we can go to the safeguarding side. I will go now. It goes so well with the communities and the process. I think we can go through the application form. So the next one will be the safeguarding measures, things that you have already done in your country, and things that should be done in the future. What you see is important. And the idea of safeguarding measures is some active work or activity that tries to ensure so that the traditions are alive in the future also, for the future generations. It doesn't say anything about the age or kind of, this is to make the practicing, if I play now Kantele, so that it would be possible after 50 years. This is kind of in a nutshell, the safeguarding measure ideology. So what have, like something that you should mention from your country, and then maybe something that we should have in the future. So one example from every country, please.
I think I have to mention two things that we have done well. First is the archaic type of kannel, which is now more modern than the modern type of kannel. because life is going on with the archaic type of kannel, mostly in music schools and everywhere in different level music schools, in children and in music, this medium school, high schools, and also in university level. And this is a good thing that there is this. Kannel is in an education system, and I think it ensures that it will continue, because people nowadays, they actually do know how this instrument looks like, and children that come to music schools, they can even sometimes really want to study this instrument that they already know. And somehow they have learned about this instrument, which is a good achievement from 90s when the instrument was non-existent. But the thing that we should do more is with a newer type of kannel, which is very various, very variative, and every maker made their own version of this kannel, or zither type of kannels, maybe we can also say sometimes. There have been, what I told in my presentation about this, the working group of mapping these traditions. They also, during this, when it started, they also made Viljandi based this some activity called homeschooling, which me, and again I have to mention Eva, have been part of as students. So you could apply to study in, with some old musician, and these are the old musicians that have inherited tradition. So we, for example, went to the same old kannel player and tried to learn his tradition. And I have to say, Eva is much better than me. She started earlier, and I also made a CD with him together. And this has discontinued, actually. It should actually be brought up again, and then somehow this was a good thing, a good project. At least some people have to know this tradition in order to continue. But this newer type of kannels never really made to music schools, except for maybe these piano factory models that sometimes are there. But this living tradition somehow, yeah. Well, the traditions are so many, so it's it's you can easily get lost, like all this living and freshly invented and everything. But anyway, I think this should be done more, with the newer type of kannels, the work.
That's very interesting, the homeschooling system.
Yes, I have to say we went very often to he lived in South Estonia but worked near Tallinn as a provider and area watch in one building site. And then we went to his, this small cubic house that are in building sites. So we went there and played together. It was very nice. Sometimes he came to our music school as well in Tapasalu, and we were learning together with my students.
I think in Finland, in Sibelius Academy, and also with the institutes, we have organized these kind of sessions, and so we call it like master apprentices sessions or something like that, but there's not like a really formed system. I think that's also something that we should kind of work together. Valdis, about the measures.
Very interesting what I hear from Leanne. Well, now looking at in Latvia how it works. Well, first of all, in formalized education. On different levels, there is actually possibility to learn it, and the question is how many music schools, for instance, decide that besides learning the modernized Kokles, they will have also some classes of small ones or archaic model. And the same is actually also in music academy, that those who study the concert Kokles, they usually study also some of the old instrument, the archaic one. As I mentioned in my presentation, there has been also ethnomusicology specialty in Music Academy, and they had this traditional instruments for some time, but it seems that nowadays it somehow has gone to minimum or to almost zero level. So anyway, another thing is that there has been developed a system in general education schools of folklore studies. This system started in late 1980s, then it was developed in 1990s, and as part of that learning was also musical instruments and to have some interest in learning Kokles. I was at that time also developing that system, and we developed a competition named Golden Kokles. And actually it worked as a kind of stimulus to participate and to present performance. And still this folklore teaching at school has gone to the, it's not included in the program, but it is out of school activity, which is coordinated by another teaching organization. Well, and then I am thinking also of internet. There is a whole Facebook page, Kokles, which unites those who are interested in the instrument, and there is exchange of advices, practices, good happenings, good events, and teaching materials as well. And actually some of teaching materials have been prepared by me and by some others. For instance, traditional Kokles playing of Western Latvia and Eastern Latvia, such a material exists, which also gives some insight into it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. This is very good. Going very good. Laura, please.
Again, a lot of common with Estonians and Latvians. And what we have done, first of all, this is like Leanne said, we have also brought back archaic models of Kanklės to life. Since revival, since 19th decade of 20th century. What next? A lot of informal teaching in schools, in cultural centers, in activity after school, how to say. And now in Kaunas, in some other cities, a lot of children learn to play traditional Kanklės. In also professional teachers in music schools more and more often use small Kanklės. And even especially in the beginning of teaching, instead of that big instrument, they use a small. But not only this, but also in concert programs, in performances, professionals more often choose small instrument. It's coming back and more often. Maybe those three things.
Yes.
Thank you. Sanni?
Yeah, great. We have also made here in Finland those replicas of museum Kanteles, especially made by Rauno Nieminen, instrument builder. Probably you know him, and I'm also listening a bit with an envy about your wonderful school systems that include also Kantele or kannel or Kokles or Kanklės heritage. We of course have a very active music school system that is outside the school, that is like a basic arts education system that is provided for children and youngsters, and music is one part of that. So we have a very strong system in that here in Finland. And what about the challenges? I'm thinking about personally what I think, and I have been thinking in Kantele Association, that we would need to do some indicators that how we can count that how many actually are we. That is very hard topic to go towards to, and I have trying to think about what those indicators and maybe even the benchmarking you mentioned, and how we could actually get some data out of it that how big actually the Kantele hobby is in Finland, and that is very hard hard question, but we try to address that question. And then also the instrument building challenge that I mentioned already earlier on, that we need to have a next generation, and hopefully we will, as the association, also to kind of improve the situation for making workshops or etc. I think this is like for the future. Like very much for the future, this goal. And then about the UNESCO, if I shortly say what I have in mind, many of you know that we will continue this seminar series that welcome also next year to the Kantele Day seminar, and hopefully we will get even like a bigger one, and hopefully from other countries too, and we will get to the point where we are discussing more about what is like common in all these areas and how we are going to approach to the actual process. And then what comes to the UNESCO process, also we are trying to get some funding for the work. Of course, that is very unsure always, but if we want to start to doing this safeguarding programs and what are like, those are like important in any way, if we go to UNESCO or not, but we are trying to maybe go to start the field work and go to those communities and try to address a bit that how we could proceed in that. So I think there are national goals and then also the UNESCO process related goals, what at least now come to my mind.
Please.
Yes.
I have a question.
Yes.
Can I? I think that was very important body, informational body, which was Kantele magazine of the Kantele Liitos.
Yes.
Do you still have it?
Yes, thank you for reminding me.
To have it, it's very important.
Thank you for reminding that. That was actually one of my points, that also those social media networks that that you mentioned and databases, and those are also kind of communities, that because there are a lot of like active groups that we have for Kantele people in more like a digital platforms, so that is important. And then what comes to the media, it's very important that we have Kantele magazine, and we still have it. I used to be the editor-in-chief before I started as an executive director, but we have now a new editor-in-chief, Mikko Koivumäki, who is actually listening to this seminar and writing about to the next Kantele magazine. And I think what we really need to do is make more content in English, because unfortunately it has been mainly in Finnish so far, but that's a shame. I think we need to do more. Of course, we have made some translations. Even in my time when I was working in the magazine, we made some translations in English and also in Japanese even, but we should like do more that work for sure. But thanks, very good point.
Thank you. Yeah. So we have been talking about the communities, defining the communities. We will keep on working with that. And now about with the safeguarding measures. I think there is a very good start already here, and I think that should also be like ongoing work that we really try to reflect on in our own countries. Like for example, the idea that I play, or there are people who just play for themselves. But I would argue that there are very few people who are playing or doing music in a vacuum box in a way. They also have some kind of identity to different groups. So kind of these things, they are very important to get the process kind of going in a right track. A third thing I think I would like to ask you. I'm not asking now, you can raise your hand if you want to answer, because it's a little bit tricky one. But it's also in the UNESCO process and in the application. It's always concentrating on the social and cultural function of the heritage. So that's kind of the key thing. It doesn't want to know about the history, about the aesthetics, but the social and cultural function. So that's kind of a thing that you also have to kind of be ready to describe. And if we go now, when we describe, if I describe my sauna going social function, I usually, because we talk about it, it's so natural for us, it might be actually different than if you look at from another country. They might see it in a very different way. For example, now if we think about Peru or China, and they have one decoration tradition. What is the social function of it? We can ask, maybe there is a festivity, there is an idea that it's good for the well-being, it keeps the families together, maybe it has something to do with marriage, or kind of doing the crops, the agricultural things, or what is kind of the idea? What's the social and cultural function of the tradition? And I think this is a very good thing to always kind of try to understand it from another culture's point of view, and then come back to ourselves. Really, because, yeah, and one more point, because the people in the evaluation body who will read the file, they don't know anything about Kantele. They don't know, and everything should be written in the file. And they don't go anywhere to find out. They don't read your books. They are kind of said that they shouldn't do that. Everything should be included in the file so that the Chinese evaluator would understand what is the social function and what is the cultural function of Kantele in all of our countries. And it's not that easy to say, at least for me, it doesn't come like that. But if anybody dares to try, like what is important, yeah, please.
Well, I think first that the one thing that we all know and we have in common is this kannel or Kanklės or Kantele is a national symbol. And this is actually very deep-rooted. And sometimes you can see from people that the symbol is there, but how do they know the information actually, like, do they know something about that symbol actually? And you can also see that sometimes they do know and sometimes they don't know. So I think, well, besides definitely the social function is keeping friends together, and then these communities, what we mentioned, that we have to somehow take care of this symbol that already is bigger than us. And we just provide it with some knowledge and information and know-how. And so, yeah. Well, I think this symbol is very much that the Chinese people can see. Or like for example, some years ago, we had a chocolate paper with kannel on top of it. And it was upside down, and every kannel player was like... So things like that happen, but they are visible to people. They are visible to these people that come to souvenir shops and buy it, for example.
Yeah. That's a very good example, and also you can go further. If Kantele we agree that Kantele is a symbol, like a national symbol for all of us. Yeah. Like, what's the social and cultural function of this national symbol? What does it mean? What does it do to people? Why do we need it? Why? So this kind of, you can, but this is very good topic.
Yeah,
Sanni,
and I could continue also this symbol that what we think about the symbols right now in the 20th century, is it like still relevant, or is it like a burden even, or is it like a, there is a discussion in Finland, for example, for Finnish Kantele players, that how do we see that we are this kind of symbol, or have been at least. Of course, the image is much more wider nowadays, but I mean, it's important, but it's also interesting to discuss that how the symbol is seen nowadays amongst the players. And yeah, this is a very hard question, but I also try to address it. That my colleague and wonderful researcher Timo Väänänen gave me a very interesting aspect when we were discussing about this theme and of Kantele heritage, how we often think that Kantele is something that is quite rare, for example, in Finland, but it's not actually. I think it's very nice to turn your thinking process to another way, and it was very important also for me personally to think about it. Actually, quite many people have, this is Timo's example, Timo's words that I'm explaining in my best way now. So that many people have at least seen Kantele. That has been in the kind of in the old buildings, or people, for the older people in the buildings that they lived, there were Kantele on the ceiling, and then many of those people have at least touched Kantele, got some like music out of it, or maybe sounds out of it, and in the school. So basically everyone knows Kantele, and that's very interesting way to think about it, I think. And what is interesting also is that there is this universal idea of this kind of string instrument, but how it's different in our countries and areas. So it's kind of like a so how the universal idea has been like developed into the different directions, or what are the similarities and like that. Yeah, so it's something very Finnish, something about our identity, even though I would, maybe you could even say, I don't know, I'm just trying to address the question, but the thinking process that Kantele is not very like a rare instrument. I think it's very good like way to turn my own thinking process. Yeah, one aspect.
But I'm thinking, well, when it is played in bigger groups, as for instance during camps and so on, so it works certainly as a kind of consolidation of those groups. Well, I wouldn't say that this works on a, let's say, on national level as kind of consolidation, because symbolism not always works like that. But actually that symbolic aspect is very important. Just example from Latvia is when still there was Latvian national currency, the last coin by Lat sign was made with Kokles on it. So the last coin of
Yes, wow.
Amazing. Then, of course, it is some expression of creativity as well. Because those people, they not only learn patterns, but they somehow start doing something themselves. So, in a way, I think this creativity is quite important as well.
Yes, true. True.
What I want to say is just what is coming into my mind now. But we did not talk about that socio-cultural thing, like Kanklės player as a community bearer itself. We always talk about playing in groups and community of players, but it is, I think, it's very important player as community bearer, because in the symbolic, in the pictures, we often can see that image of a singer, like storyteller, like history bringer to the public. And usually it is painted with Kanklės, and in the beginning of 20th century, like Leanne said, artists often don't know how exactly look the instrument, but they know the instrument is, and they know it is important, and they paint it somehow how they can. But anyway, that singer with the instrument is very important, and I can notice something similar in revival period, when this singing revolution, when folklore groups, when those enthusiastic people about culture, revival of the culture, they come to those people who play Kanklės. They were like Kanklės players, like bearers of communities. So that's
good.
Maybe.
That's very, I think it brings us to another concept that is very important. I think in the process, it's to understand the transmission. With folk music, it's always very, you have the transmission in the families, but then you also have the education higher, very kind of institutionalized ways to do the transmission. And with this UNESCO, it doesn't say which is good, but it's again important for us to understand how is the heritage transmitted. It is actually one of the questions that will come, and how it happens. And then when you do the safeguarding measures, maybe we can enhance something like this master apprentices system, or the homeschool kind of, so that the safeguarding measures can then kind of make the transmission better, so that after 50 years it would be still possible to do the heritage. But I think this idea of transmission, it's another kind of concept you have to kind of separate to little pieces and then build it back again during the process.
Yes.
But then I think we will be in the end part of the panel. We have 9 minutes. I think maybe we should talk about the future, like the concrete things. I think this idea of series of seminars, I think it's a brilliant idea. I think this is it's great to be here, and as a Kantele player myself also, I'm very happy for this process, and I really look forward to it to continue. It's a long process, but I think it seems that it's important for all the people who have been joining the discussion today. But any ideas about the concrete proceedings? What's important? Any suggestions? Just anybody? If
I can start.
I
can start. Yes, I think I already mentioned many of those. For example, the seminar that this came quite quickly, and for the next year we want to maybe invite even more like international guests, because we announced the seminar that it will be the 20th to 21st September 2025 in Helsinki. So mark that your calendars. We will see where we are then, and it will be very interesting to see if we gather, for example, some same people or then new people are welcome for sure, and other countries even. We really welcome everyone to the process. But we feel in the Kantele Association that this is something that has been that people want to do this. At least the researchers that I have met during this summer, for example, everyone has said that, great, we want to participate and we want to do this. So we, for some reason, see that now it's a good time, and then we can start to start the process and see where it goes. And for Finland's goals, of course, I see to organize the seminar, and then I was mentioning also the funding applications, because we need project coordinators and researchers and so on. And Laura and Valdis have very kindly accepted to continue with the project that I'm very glad about. And also thank you, Leanne, so much for your wonderful input. And if you have time, you are very welcome to also continue the work, or then we can also, with your help, probably try to find someone representative also from Estonia, if you are very busy at the moment. So for Finland, organize the seminar, and then try to get the funding. I think these are our goals, and of course I mentioned those indicators and those instrument building and these kind of smaller, not small, but more like a national goals. Let's see what we have time for, and always the funding is a bit like unsure, of course, but I think the safeguarding programs are, or how to say, maybe programs, they are very important in any way for us to do, because that is actual UNESCO work. And then we could have like two plans, that we go to UNESCO very strongly, of course, that should be our goal, but then all the work that we do is anyway very valuable and important. I mean, I'm not saying that we wouldn't go to UNESCO, but I think it's good to keep in mind that even though we don't know, for example, for Finland, that when it's the next time to pitch for the Ministry of Cultural and Education, they haven't announced when is the next time that they will apply one like a topic as a state of Finland. So yeah, but there are still many things that we can do and work on.
And one small thing, I think it would be good to imagine how we would like the Kantele, kannel, Kanklės to develop. What will happen in 50 years, for instance?
Totally.
Who will play? Why? What will be the relations between them?
That's like a vision for the field. That's a very good idea, I think.
Totally.
Yeah. Any other ideas of the concrete proceedings? What would you see? Does it sound okay, these seminars and continuation like this?
You mentioned already about your
that
maybe
we start
application.
already an application in Lithuania.
Yeah, with the kind of the technical national. So, but this is that's more like practical proceedings, and of course you have to start from every country. I think maybe a suggestion for what I do personally with this facilitating work of the UNESCO applications, it's to engage people. That's always the tricky part. And then because of the UNESCO language, it's quite somewhere else than people are used to. So to find the connections, that will be the kind of the challenge for this process. So for example, if you have researchers, if you have educators, they all, because they live for their own kind of what they are used to do. So if you organize an event, then maybe have breakout rooms where there still is something about education, there still is something about research, and then kind of have a combination of UNESCO talk and then the other talk, because actually they are the same thing, it's just a different viewpoint. So maybe this is something that might be also valuable for this process to keep in mind. Any last words? We have 3 minutes.
Last words. Yeah.
Thank you for organizing this. It's very important.
All the Kanteles of the Baltic region unite.
Yes,
Okay.
that is well said, I think.
Yeah, please, audience. Yeah, I forgot to.
If you have any.
Actually, I have an official question on behalf of Kantele magazine's board, as I'm a member, but here is editor-in-chief of Kantele magazine, Mikko Koivumäki. We just spoke a bit with messages. Is there any possibility you could make articles about Estonia, Latvia and Lietua to Kantele magazines in English about the situation? We would really, really love to have that. And also for the people in other countries over there through the internet, please join us and write us content in English also. We will happily put it to Kantele magazine, and we have also kantele.net. So over there we can actually publish even more longer publications and articles. So we really would love to help the whole society all around the world. And this is the message from the board and from Mikko Koivumäki.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Kiitos. Thank you. It was very interesting, but it was raining on the noon because I have 3 Kantele here in my rucksack and one on the corridor. This is here is Estonian made 6 strings. It's not so common in Finland. The first Kantele. First in Finland it's more common. It's 5 strings. But I bought from Estonia about 10 or 15 from Viljandi Folk Festival. But it's made in nearby Latvia. It's in Valga, made in Valga, Ilmar Tideberg. But one string is broken, and then I asked questions and then I have 28 strings, and one children's 5 strings on here, in here. But anyway, any of them are not broken, not working, because the strings have to picking up again on something like that. But I like to go somewhere to Kantele course because I'm not perfect to play them. But anyway, they are quite good. This there is perhaps from Latvia and from not from Latvia, Valga, from Latvia border in Estonia. But anyway, it was very interesting. I had good advisors here. And then one thing, because I came here Not too early because it was raining all the time. That instruments are not like to wet ones. So sorry my English, but that's the tradition because my grandmother from Ilomantsi from North Karelia, she played Kantele about, she died 1839 or something. 18, no, I remember, about 40 years, 30 years ago about. But she played a little bit Kantele because it's traditional instrument in Karelia, in Ilomantsi, North Karelia, and also in Russian borders. And somewhere, I don't know, it could be in somewhere to Sweden side, or of course in Latvia and Lithuania. But so I came here because I had very good advices, but no of my countries, no of them are working because they had not time to make them better condition. Sorry, like that. My name is Harri Pitkänen. I like Kantele. It's very, very, and if you make microphone to, we can play even rock and roll with Kantele, whatever. But it's not so loud string, normal voice. But anyway, Kantele is so traditional also in Estonia because this is in here is Estonian. Kantele.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, next one.
So, thank you. That's a very important comment, and just tells how varied and the Kantele is. It comes in many forms and many traditions. But I think we can now give applause to our great panelists. So, thank you for being here.
Thank you, everyone.
And then I will give the floor to Sanni to continue with the program.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matti, so much. So, thank you for great insights and comments also for the audience during the whole day. And I would like to take an opportunity to thank Roni Tuomivirta, who has been in charge of our technician aspects today, and also Tsipora Ogola for organizing the technical aspects. So thank you so much. And then now, before we move to the Kannel stage there, to the cafeteria side to hear some music, we will have a surprise still from Japan. They have sent us some, images and some info what they have been doing during this Kantele day. So let's take a short look on that first.
こんにちは、札幌カンテレクラブです。カンテレの日 in ジャパンのテーマ曲の一つ、伝統曲のヘルマンニやミーナは荒ひろ子さんに教えていただいたこともあります。荒ひろ子さんのアレンジに札幌カンテレクラブらしいアレンジも加えてみました。どうぞお楽しみください。
all together, and that really like brings happy tears to my eyes, and I think to all of you that to see that we are really a community. Thank you for our wonderful seminar speakers, Matti, Leena, Laura, Leanne, Valdis, Arja. This has been a wonderful and insightful day for sure. And now we will continue the evening in the cafeteria stage and hear some music, and we will start approximately 15 past there. So see you there soon, and happy Kantele Day one more time.